Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be holding our first public hearing on bills related to PFAS and lead. And as such, this is all new to us in terms of having a public hearing. So please bear with us. And while we work this out and try and make it as efficient as possible, we're fully viewable on the YouTube channel for this committee, and everything is now being recorded. The audio was there before we started recording, so that's just a reminder to everybody. So please be patient with us, and I'd encourage the committee members to stay on mute as much as possible and visible as much as possible. If you're testifying, it helps a lot to have the name underneath. It helps immeasurably to have your name correct under the Zoom label. So for some reason, my computer forgot that I need to change mine, which I'll do shortly. And after you've had a chance to testify, you can go back to the YouTube channel to watch as much of the hearing as you'd like. Written testimony can be submitted at any time. It doesn't have to be in before the end of this session. And that is distributed to all of the committee members. So I remind people that that's available. And I'd ask the clerk to keep it, like we're being encouraged to keep us on gallery view. Apparently that wasn't the default for some other committees down the road. So with that as the preamble, let's go around the committee and introduce ourselves. I'll start with Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadescake.
And Representative Connor is in another committee. Representative Craven will join us soon. Representative Madigan.
Good morning. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Zager.
Hello, everyone. Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland.
Thank you. Representative Lemlin.
Good morning. I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, South Port Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Senator Baldacci.
Good morning. I'm Joe Baldacci. I'm State Senator from District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you.
Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Beattyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Javner.
Good morning. I am Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington counties.
Senator Moore. Good morning.
Good morning. I had struggling a little bit to get online, and I'm here at the Cross Building. So interesting. This is Mary Ann Moore, and I'm currently the senator for Washington County District 6, which is, like I said, all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan and Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer will join us as soon as she can from her other committee. And I'm Ned Claxton. I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. So before we get started with testimony, we'll be hearing LD 129 and LD 164. Is there anything that we should hear from the analysts as they introduce themselves? Starting with Aaron, if you would.
Good morning. My name is Erin Dooling. I'm a legislative analyst with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. Our office does not take positions on or advocate for any legislation.
Thank you. And the other staff member with us this morning is Carrie Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
All righty. I think we've gotten everybody at this point. Anything else we need to do before we get started, Aaron or Carrie? So then I would invite the testimony to introduce LD 129. We'll just go in order. In a typical session, we would listen to everybody who was supporting this as supporting testimony, everybody who was against, and those who are neither for nor against. Today, we're going to be doing it by alphabetical order. We'll try and reverse that every once in a while, so those of you who are last name W don't feel left to the very end all the time. But for right now, with 29 people wanting to testify and us just learning the system, we're going to go alphabetically after the bill is introduced. Representative Meyer, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery, and I'm the House Chair.
Very good.
Senator, if I could just interject for a second, that when we spoke with the chairs and leads, we had advertised that LD 206 would be heard first, and that LDs 121 and 164 would be grouped together as one public hearing.
I told you we were learning our way through this. Thank you very much. So we'll invite the individual introducing LD 206 to testify first.
Well, that would be me.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Good morning, esteemed colleagues of the HHS committee. I've been asked to introduce LD 206, a resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 234. This resolve is a request of the Department of Health and Human Services and provides legislative review of a major substantive rule regarding lead testing in school drinking water. It's my understanding that for the department, the director of the Drinking Water Program, Mike Abbott, is with us, as well as the Director of Government Relations, Molly Bogart, and I will hand it over to them.
I don't see Molly on the attendee list.
Mr. Abbott?
I don't see him on the attendee list either.
Mr. Abbott is here with us. I will promote him.
Okay. And I've seen one legislator.
Okay, I think I'm here. Can everyone see me?
Yes.
And hear me? Okay.
Mr. Abbott. Welcome.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Abbott. I'm the Environmental Health Director for the Maine CDC within the Department of Health and Human Services. And my division includes the Drinking Water Program, as Representative Meyer mentioned. I'm here today to provide testimony in support of LD 206. The purpose of the Chapter 234 rule, as written by our program, is to ensure that the department meets the requirements of the Maine Revised Statute Title 22, Section 2604-B, to provide the necessary resources for Maine schools to test for drinking water for potentially elevated lead levels. This rule sets requirements for all schools in Maine to test any water used for drinking or culinary purposes and outlines the resources provided by the department to assist the schools in such efforts. If a school's drinking water contains lead in excess of an action level of 15 parts per billion, consistent with the action level established in the federal lead and copper rule for public water systems, the department will issue specific guidance to help reduce exposure to lead in the school. I do need to point out a slight error in the written testimony, which I believe you've already been provided with. In the second paragraph, it is stated that Chapter 234 establishes a standard for lead in school drinking water. In fact, as I just mentioned, the rule establishes a trigger level for action, but not an enforceable standard. Just wanted to make that clear. The 15 part per billion trigger level is to be used by the Maine Drinking Water Program to engage with the school and provide technical assistance for mitigation of lead levels. Chapter 234 does, as stated in the written testimony, establish testing public notification and reporting protocols. to ensure that all testing results are available to the parents of school children and to the general public. Okay, Maine has about 280 schools that are already regulated as public water systems, meaning that they have their own well. These schools are already requested to test for lead, but there's no requirement to test for every tap, which this new rule will expand their testing requirements to include. And in addition, we have about 430 schools that are served by municipal water systems. And as mentioned, this new testing program will require every school to test every tap that can be used for drinking or cooking using a first draw sampling method where the water is allowed to remain motionless in the tap for 8 to 18 hours. And that those results will help identify fixtures within a school that may have the potential to leach lead into the drinking water. Sampling and laboratory analytical costs will be covered through a federal grant obtained through the Maine Drinking Water Program. And so this is at no cost to the schools to test the water for lead. When the 15 part per billion trigger level is exceeded, or if the school may see lower levels but still wishes to undertake mitigation efforts, the drinking water program will engage with the school to provide recommendations for mitigation, which may include replacing fixtures or plumbing components that have the potential to leach lead into the water, taking those fixtures out of service, or establishing a flushing program to reduce lead levels before the water is used. The mitigation costs will be the responsibility of the school. We do not have a funding source for that. In summary, the Maine CDC respectfully recommends the legislature review and approve the final adoption of lead testing and drinking water rule 10-144 CMR Chapter 234 as it was provisionally adopted, with one additional change as noted in the written testimony regarding the definition of the first draw sample to specify that the maximum stagnation time is recommended for 18 hours. Passing LD 206 will permit the final adoption of the Chapter 234 rule, which in turn will help reduce lead exposures to Maine children by creating a program for schools to test the drinking water at no cost to them utilizing federal grants, receive abatement and mitigation information from the drinking water program staff, and a method of providing transparent information to parents and students about the health and safety of the school's drinking water. Thank you for your consideration of this matter and for the opportunity to provide my testimony today. I am happy to address questions from the committee and will be available to participate in a work session or provide any additional information that you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. So by using the raise hand function, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Abbott? I see one from Senator Baldacci. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, good morning.
Morning.
We received some written testimony from the Maine Education Association. I don't know if you've read their submission or not, but they are against this bill for the reasons that they don't think it's going to be strong enough in terms of the testing requirements. Have you had a chance to look at some of the MEA's objections to this?
I have not, Senator Bald.
Well, I think it'd be helpful for it at some point that you review those, because they are concerned about the lack. First of all, they indicate that the Department of Environmental Protection has set the maximum containment level goal for lead in drinking water at 0. Essentially, that there is no safe level of lead in drinking water. And also they mentioned that the proposed rules suggest testing schools just once unless a problem is identified in that single test. They indicate they don't believe that's adequate because pipes and solder joints break down over time. And if they contain lead, can contribute to exposure in those who drink water from these sources. So I guess the issue is whether testing can be made more regular and whether we can reach a lower amount in terms of what's allowable in terms of lead. Those are the two major issues. I mean, I share those concerns as a parent and a taxpayer and the rest.
So is there a question here, Senator Baldacci?
Well, I'm leading up to it.
Okay.
So thank you, Senator Claxton. So my question is, are you open to discussing changes to the bill to make it to make it tougher and to make it more stringent
Okay, thank you for the question, Senator. I, I guess the quick answer is we are open to any discussion. Just to respond a little bit to the concepts you brought up, we agree that the goal is to have no lead in water. Lead is not considered safe at any level. We just to explain a little bit, the purpose of the testing program is not necessarily to determine what the drinking water level is. It's to identify taps that may contribute lead to the water. So that's why we allow the water to sit in that plumbing for 8 to 18 hours. And so we're sort of looking at the worst case, when you first turn that water on, that's when you'd have the highest levels. And so that's used to identify fixtures that are potentially problems and to get rid of them. The 15 part per billion trigger level is consistent, as I mentioned, with the federal lead and copper rule that all the public water systems have to abide by. And again, that's considered an action level to consider. In this case, we would be recommending that those fixtures be mitigated. The school, as I mentioned, the school will be the results of the testing will be available to the school and the public. There is certainly the ability for at any point at any elevated level to try to lower levels further. There's nothing saying that they can't start to take mitigation and abatement efforts at lower levels than 15. That's a trigger level that is, again, consistent with the federal requirements, and specifically the purpose of that is to identify problem fixtures and help lower overall lead levels. Now, you mentioned older plumbing. In some cases, in older buildings, depending on their plumbing system, lowering lead levels may not be as simple as replacing fixtures. There may be problems with the entire plumbing system. This can lead to fairly expensive repairs and replacements. So these rules only go as far as identifying problems and recommending fixtures. And again, the cost of that is provided through the federal grant. The mitigation costs are hard to predict at this point and are going to be up to each community and each school to address. I think that addressed one part of your.
Okay, you all set then?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. And Representative Javner?
Thank you very much, Chair Claxton. Good morning, Mr. Abbott. I have just two questions. And if we don't have that information this morning, you can certainly bring it for the work session. First of all, are we researching options for the payment of remediation? Also, do we know how many of our school buildings this will actually affect?
To your first question, we have been able to secure funding through the federal government. There are some federal grants that were specifically targeted at mitigating lead levels in school drinking water through the US EPA, and those are limited to testing, sample collection and testing, and cannot be used for mitigation or repairs, replacement. We certainly are open to, and in fact, I know there's advocacy and on a federal level to establish grants for those costs, but I'm not aware of any at this point. Certainly if those become available, that would be wonderful. So your second question about how many schools this will affect. So as I mentioned, we have in rough numbers, 700 plus schools in Maine, and about 280 of those are already regulated as public water systems, so they test on a regular basis. And so if there are any large issues with those schools, we probably would have already identified and mitigated those, and that's under federal requirements. However, they are not testing every single fixture, so this program will expand on that. For the schools that are not regulated as public water systems, I know a lot of them have voluntarily gone ahead with some testing already. There have been fixtures or problems identified and repaired, but It's very hard to predict at this point how many elevated lead levels we're going to find. I mean, and that is the main purpose of this is a discovery mission to find out where we may have issues. And then the next phase is to start addressing those. I just realized I didn't answer part of Senator Baldacci's question, which is related to yours, is the follow-up. This program is intended to test the schools, identify problem fixtures and fix them. Or recommend fixing them. This program doesn't include regular testing into the future. It does include costs. We will pay costs for follow-up testing after fixtures have been replaced, but this is sort of looked at as a one-time thing. So to answer your question, Senator Baldacci, on the long term, when plumbing may age and corrode and so on, I'm sorry, but this program does not include measures for that.
Thank you for that. Representative Perry, did you have a question?
My question got answered.
Oh, good. Any other questions from the committee? So has this protocol been used anywhere? Has been tested anywhere in any of the school systems currently?
That's a great question, Senator. We actually intended to start the process of testing earlier once the rules were provisionally adopted. And we engaged with some of the schools to start talking about, and the school organizations like the education, I can't remember the name of it, but the Maine Principals Association and the Department of Education, to talk about, how we would roll this out, which schools would test first and all of that. And we did decide it would make sense to start with some of the schools that are already familiar with lead and copper testing, the regulated school, public water system schools. However, we were asked, for good reason, to not rush this because of all the extra burden that's been put on the schools during the pandemic, and then just adding this one more effort, which does include staff time to prepare, make sure the water is let to sit in the taps and help to collect the samples, identify which samples. There's a lot of staff time that, although we are providing assistance, we were asked to, if possible, delay this till this spring. So we haven't started any of this testing yet, although, as I mentioned, there has been voluntary testing going on over the last few years. We have actually had a program in the drinking water program. We used some state fee money to help schools test voluntarily. We offered up to 10 samples per school. This was before the writing of Chapter 234. And so there has been some voluntary testing going on. I can provide numbers on the number of testing and the results to the committee if that's desirable for the work session.
If that's readily available, yes. I don't want to further complicate your life, but yes, if you had that kind of information, that'd be great. And I know, and you shouldn't have it now, but do we have any experience with what mitigation has cost in a 250 student school as a approximation? So we had some sense of what that might be.
I would hesitate to give a number because there's several scenarios. You could identify a drinking water fountain and a faucet. It could be as simple as discontinuing the use of a couple fixtures, which wouldn't really cost anything. Replacing fixtures, which could be several $100s per fixture. So for a 250 person school, that could add up to thousands of dollars. But as I mentioned before, there's also the unfortunate possibility you could find that the replacing the fixtures alone wasn't enough if there were issues with the plumbing, the entire internal plumbing system of the school. We hope that's not going to be the case, and should not be the case for a number of schools, for a significant number of schools, but that could end up being tens of thousands of dollars.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you. Could it be argued that this actually is a significant increase in our screening sensitivity? Because now the schools on the public water systems are having to test in a different manner than they've been testing by public standards. And we'll be testing schools that haven't been necessarily tested before.
I would say that's 100% correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions from the committee? Then we'll thank Mr. Abbott for his time and expertise, and we'll continue and look forward to talking to you at the work session.
Thank you.
All right. I did see at least one representative out there masquerading as a senator. Is Rebecca Millette available?
I've promoted her. I think that was my mistake, Senator Claxton. I apologize.
That's okay. We also have Representative Tucker and Rudnicki to follow up that I see. Great, thank you. So the next person testifying will be Representative Millette.
I believe I just promoted her,
And I'm not.
but I don't see her. There she is.
There she is. I guess it takes a while to be promoted. Welcome, Representative Millette.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I have yes, thank you. I don't know why it still says Senator. Okay, bear with me. This is my first time testifying this way.
And this is our first time holding a public hearing, so.
Oh, all right then. And just so you know, my computer is like really not happy at the moment, and that is where my testimony is. So give me 1 second. Okay. So good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and fellow members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Representative Rebecca Millette, representing District 30 and the town of Cape Elizabeth, and I stand in opposition to LD 206. No amount of lead is safe for ingestion, as we just heard from the department. It is a neurotoxin, which attacks the brain's most basic functions. The damage is permanent and irreversible. Exposure in children causes behavioral issues, diminished intellectual ability, and lifelong developmental and reproductive issues. The development process of the brain in younger age groups contributes to increased symptoms. The standards against exposure under this legislation are not sufficient enough to protect Maine's children from these debilitating effects. Maine has lagged behind other states in this regard. Many states have abandoned the benchmark of 15 parts per billion because of the well-established dangers lead poses to humans, especially for developing brains. 15 parts per billion has no relation to human health. As I said earlier, lead at any level is toxic for humans. 15 was chosen because it was viewed as an achievable amount for utilities, plain and simple. Vermont, for instance, has set its standards at 4 parts per billion, while the American Academy of Pediatrics calls for an even lower level at 1 parts per billion. The data is clear. The standards endorsed set out in these rules are too high to ensure the health of our children and should be changed to reflect the toxicity of lead. I submitted my first bill 4 years ago after Benton and Yarmouth Elementary School's drinking water tested for lead levels above the federal standards. In the case of the former, tests detected 40 times the federal standard. However, for every tragedy averted, countless others remain just below the standard. There are likely schools where deadly water still afflicts our students every day. School buildings' water pipes are particularly vulnerable to contamination. Routinely over the weekends, water sits unused in the pipes and becomes contaminated. And under the proposed rules, testing would occur after flushing, thus not capturing standard water conditions at what our children normally ingest. I understand that perhaps is being amended by the department. I'm not yet clear on what that new amended language is, and I look forward to seeing more specificity. The rules as presented do not do enough to get us to the point where we can legitimately say our school's drinking water is safe and must be amended to reflect the reality of our school's operations. Maine students should be confident, no matter when they use the water fountain, that it will be safe. Stronger testing and an emphasis on prevention is not only the morally right course of action, but also the most economical. A study conducted by the National Institute of Health predicted that for every $1 invested in lead control measures results in a net return of anywhere from $17 to $221 due to decreased cost of healthcare and an increase in productivity. Maine adopting a more rigorous approach to testing of water consumed in our schools is not only the right course of action, but should naturally offset any costs incurred. I would listen to the questions around how to fund any sort of mitigation efforts. First, I would say, given what we know about lead, are we really prepared to say it's just too expensive to protect our children from this exposure? What would we say to the families of children that have been exposed time and time again because we thought it was too much money to invest in our schools to mitigate? Having said that, we do have a revolving renovation fund through the Department of Education. We recapitalized it last year. We can recapitalize it again. I've put a bond through, I have a bond in to do that. It is absolutely essential that we do right by our children and take care of this issue of lead in drinking water. So I urge the committee to amend these rules so that we finally take real steps to protect the health of our children. The stakes couldn't be higher. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Millett. And I want to make that very clear. Are there questions for the representative? Could you put up any hands you have? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Chair Claxton. Yes. I have a question about the amount of your bond that you have put forward.
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's at 20 million. I can't quite remember, but it is in the tens of millions. And I believe the budget that we passed in the 129th recapitalized the fund as well. And so we have the capacity to do this, and we should.
I'm sorry, one more question then. Do you know what the amount of that fund is right now?
I believe that they have issued all of the funding that they can with the amount that was recently recapitalized. And so they're waiting for a new round.
Representative Meyer, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Millett, for being here today. So with regard to the collection of samples that have been sitting for 18 hours, I believe that's what the rule says. Your recommendation would be that we remove the references to the 18-hour maximum and then insert language discouraging any pre-stagnation flushing.
Right. I don't think I'm advocating for removing 18 hours. What I was advocating for is removing the recommendation for flushing, right? Because most facilities don't go in first thing on Monday morning and flush all of their drinking water portals. So most kids are showing up and drinking on Monday mornings from those spots. And so that's what the testing should reflect.
Yeah, and I assume you would agree as well that this should be done, testing should be done on a rolling basis and not a one-time basis.
Yes. So as I mentioned in my testimony, this has been quite the journey. Put 4 years ago, putting my first bill in, and then we brought together a stakeholder group, and there was a rather extensive discussion about how to, we don't necessarily want to require testing every year for those that have an initial positive test, right? But I don't think it's acceptable to say, okay, you had a positive test, you no longer have to test, period. There is a lot of ground in between those two options. And so I think that there are folks who have some more expertise than I do into the mechanics of testing for toxic substances in drinking water, who could probably provide some guidance to the committee as to what sort of frequency would make sense. It could be something like you don't test for lead 1 year. So in 5 years, you test again. And if you don't test for lead again, you can, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that there's some room for compromise on this for sure.
Thank you, Representative.
Are there any other questions for Representative Millette? I don't see any, so I'll thank you for your testimony and
Thank
submitting
you.
your testimony early. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for getting me in early, and it's great to see all of you digitally.
All right, so are there any other legislators who would like to testify on LD 206? Can you help us identify anybody else is out there, Carrie?
I don't see any other legislators who
Okay.
have signed up for 206.
So that brings us to the top of the list for this bill for those who do want to contribute their testimony. So could you let the next person in? And I'm not sure if Andrew Smith wants to testify or he's here for the PFAS bills.
He is here for the PFAS bills. The next
Okay.
person for 206 is Daniel Allen. So I will
Good.
go ahead and promote him.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Glad you could be here.
Yeah, this is interesting.
That's a nice word, yes.
Yeah, no, I don't have to drive anywhere. It's nice, and I can see everybody's faces. It's great. So Senator Baldacci already cited our testimony, but I'd like to read it. It's short and make a comment. And I'll just tell you, my name's Dan Allen, and I'm the Professional Development Director for the Maine Education Association. We represent about 24,000 teachers, education support professionals, and retired educators across Maine. And I'm here to testify against LD 206, the resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 234, lead testing in drinking schools, lead testing in school drinking water rule, a major substantive rule of the Department of Health and Human Services, Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The MEA is concerned that the proposed rule as submitted is not strong enough, given the well-known effects of lead exposure on children. We believe the proposed rule offered in response to LD 206 would create an undue risk for Maine students and school staff, and that more stringent requirements could be met at minimal cost. MEA makes no claim of expertise in the design and implementation of safe water systems. However, it seems plain that the proposed testing schedule and protocol and lead level limits can be tightened up to improve the safety of those who might be exposed to lead in school drinking or cooking water. The United States Department of Environmental Protection has set the maximum contaminant level goal for lead in drinking water at 0. Essentially, there is no safe level of lead in drinking water. The proposed standard of 15 parts per billion is far higher than the 1 part per billion called for by the American Academy of Pediatrics in a June 6, 2016 article on their website. In that article, Dr. Jennifer Lowry, chair of the AAP Council on Environmental Health, said that most existing lead standards fail to protect children. They provide only an illusion of safety. They call for a standard of no more than 1 part per billion. The proposed rule suggests testing schools just once unless a problem is identified in that single test. We do not believe that this is adequate. Pipes and solder joints break down over time, and if they contain lead, can contribute to exposure in those who drink water from these sources. MEA cannot support the rule as currently proposed, as we believe it will potentially place students and school personnel in danger of exposure to lead. For these reasons, the MEA encourages you to vote not to pass on LD 206, but we suggest it should be amended to ensure that a higher standard is set to keep students and staff safe. And I'd just like to quickly comment on the mitigation costs. the simplest mitigation cost is going to be don't drink the water. So I think, there may be cost there if the entire school has got lead issues in all its pipes and we have to, bring in water, bottled water, whatever, there is a cost there. And of course, redoing the pipes for an entire school, I'm sure that's going to be incredibly expensive. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start taking a look at how we do that. And in the meantime, I think minimal amounts of lead in the water, in fact, no amount of lead in the water should be allowed. And at the very least, people should be told, well, this is what the actual lead level is in your water. Any lead is too high. Let's not drink the water. I think that's a simple fix. And I think the standard should be as high as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Allen. Any questions of the committee for Mr. Allen? So it seems to me there's two issues here. One is the testing and the frequency, the testing protocol. As a first step, would you agree that this is reasonable, specific to the testing, to test every school, every tap with a maximum of 18 hours? Is that a reasonable place to start?
I don't know if I wouldn't know, I guess, in terms of what the specific number of hours should be. I think, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's an upgrade from where we are now, which is no mandatory testing and allowing the pipes to be flushed first.
It is. I don't think it's high enough, but
Okay, I hear that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Allen? Then we'll thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here and glad you didn't have to commute. So we're expecting our next person to join us shortly.
I believe Mary Schneck is here.
I am here and quite familiar with Zoom, as all of our classes are on Zoom at the university. Well, not all of them, but many of them. So I've unmuted myself, so I'm guessing you can hear me.
Welcome. We can.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I start or?
Go right ahead.
Thanks so much. So Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Mary Tedesco Schneck, and I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner, and I'm also an assistant professor at the University of Maine School of Nursing. I also serve as a member of the board for the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. So today I'm speaking on behalf of the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. The written testimony we've already submitted. It's by myself and my colleague, Dr. Sid Sewall, and it's in support of this bill. Although I have to say, from hearing from others, specifically Mr. Allen, about making it a lower level, I think we would be in support of that, given the impact on children's health. So I'm not going to read the testimony that I've submitted, but I'm just going to add a few things because you have that as your documentation. But I'd like to highlight some important evidence regarding the effects of lead on children and communities. So we know that lead is absorbed via inhalation through dust and then ingestion from surfaces such as cane chips and, for children, imported toys as an example, and contaminates both food or water. And for children, gastrointestinal absorption is higher than adults, which makes them at increased risk. So once lead enters the body, either by inhalation or ingestion, it binds to red blood cells and it's distributed in the soft tissue of your body and in the bone. And so when it binds to these red blood cells, some of the things that it causes are anemia. But the other really important thing to consider is when it is deposited in the bones, it can be released again back into the bloodstream. And we see this during pregnancy and lactation. So in pregnancy, it can affect fetal growth. And we know that lead exposure in children affects their learning, their attention span, and their visual and verbal memory. And then lastly, I would add, even though we think about it as a disease that affects children, it doesn't just affect children, because it's been found to reduce the gray matter volume in the adult brain, and it's been associated with diseases such as Alzheimer's, anxiety, and depression in adults who've had childhood lead exposure. So listening to, we had put a little clause, and you'll see it in our in our submitted testimony about, you know, it can't be that expensive to do the remediation. Well, after hearing everybody talk, I could see that it may be somewhat costly, but I would say to you that the short-term cost is small in comparison to the long-term cost to our communities, affecting not only our children, but pregnant women and adults. So thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to share this information. And I will submit this document separately with the reference, which is an evidence-based source.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? I don't see anything further, Ms. Tedesco-Schneck. And
okay, so as I would say to my students, either I really bored you or I was pretty concise.
Thank you for being concise.
Have a great day. Thank you so much.
You too. And I guess next we'll be hearing from Deborah Patton.
Hi, am I with you?
You are.
Oh, good. That was quick. I didn't expect technology to be so swift at my end. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Joint Standing Committee, Health and Human Services. My name is Dr. Deborah Patton. I live in Bath. I'm a Maine native, a retired pediatrician who practiced most of my life in Maine, a member of the Maine Children's Alliance, whom I'm representing today, and a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here to present some comments regarding LD 206. The Maine Children's Alliance is a statewide, nonpartisan, nonprofit research and advocacy organization whose mission is to promote sound public policies to improve the lives of children, youth, and families in Maine. At the Maine Children's Alliance, we believe that Maine's future success depends on how our children are doing today. We know from years of research the harmful effects of lead on children. Lead is a neurotoxin, and it has the potential, as you've heard today, to cause damage to the brain and nervous system. Even at low levels, it can cause cognitive and developmental harm. The focus of our public policy related to lead should always be prevention. There are no effective treatments for children to reverse the damage caused from lead. The damage is permanent and lasts a lifetime. Information from our Kids Count data center, which I've included in my submitted testimony, indicates that in 2018, about 3 out of 100 Maine children tested for lead was found to have a venous blood level of 5 micrograms per DL or higher, which is about 1 part per billion. It's a positive trend to see the numbers decrease over the previous years, from 492 in 2009 to 288 in 2018. We urge the committee to make several changes to the major substantive rule for lead testing in school drinking water. First, we suggest that the committee adopt the standard of 1 part per billion to protect children from lead in water at schools. The standard proposed by the Department of 15 parts per billion is simply too high. As you've heard today, the American Academy of Pediatrics has called for a standard of no more than 1 part per billion. We also suggest that you clarify that schools may need to be tested on a regular basis. Changes to water chemistry or treatment, construction, age can change lead levels in the water and increase them. We urge you to adopt language to clarify that schools, depending on the age of the building, should test the water once every 5 years or more often if needed. The language regarding the testing method should also receive further examination. We believe that the intent of the law is to identify potential lead problems. For example, as you've heard, if water is sitting in pipes for an extended period of time, such as over a weekend or vacation, we want to identify those locations where lead levels could cause harm. Suggestions in the rule related to flushing the pipes could result in a missed opportunity to identify a potential problem site. Finally, we urge that the language in the rule should encourage transparency. Parents and staff should receive notice as soon as possible. We suggest that 10 days to provide notice about a potential health risk is too long. So thank you all for your attention and consideration to this important matter. There are some attachments in my submitted testimony for you to review. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Patton, and thank you for your testimony. Are there questions of Ms. Patton? I don't see anything, and thank you for your service over the years as a nurse.
Pediatrician.
Pediatrician, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for having me.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Bye-bye.
All right. Is anybody else joining us, Carrie, to testify on this bill? Yeah.
Yes, I will promote Nancy Cronin, Pat McRoy, and Tracy Gregoire.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Nancy Cronin. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, and I stand neither for nor against this bill, as I am completely supportive in ensuring that school water supply is free of lead. But I do not believe this current rule or bill goes far enough to protect our children. You have my testimony, so I'm not going to read it to you. I want to point a couple things out. One is there's a tremendous amount of evidence that this can cause damage to young children, and it can cause damage that creates developmental disabilities, especially to preschool children. The Education Committee right now is considering whether or not 3- and 4-year-olds should be going to public schools. So that is even more impactful of this bill. It's critical that we do not expose children to lead in any ways because it's irreversible. I also would say that the cost and mitigation of this affects the wait list. The more folks who are exposed to lead, the more folks with developmental disabilities, and ultimately, potentially, the more folks who need adult long-term services. I realize you might not think of it that way, but early intervention matters tremendously. The stakes are extremely high on this. In my testimony, I also talked about the cost and how World Health Organization has proven that lead exposure accounts to 63.2% of developmental and intellectual disabilities. The stakes are too high. As far as what I would suggest changes in the bills, absolutely, we should be going with the American Academy of Pediatrics, 1 part per billion, and amend it out, not the 15 parts per billion. We completely agree that we need to regularly test. My son went to school this morning. I am a parent of a child with a disability. I am also on the school board here. I can tell you that during the pandemic, folks are coming in, filling up their water bottles at school and going on their way. The school water source is critical. My husband also works at a school and talks about that as well. And then the last thing that I would say that hasn't been said before is this bill suggests that parents only need to be told that this test has happened in 10 days, 10 school days, or whenever practical. I would suggest that change to say schools must distribute public notice as soon as practical within 3 days of receiving lab results. The reason I think that's important is one, parents need to know it. 2, parents are paying for it. It is the property tax owners who are paying for the school building and paying for this work, and they have a right to know what is happening in that building. I thank you very much, and I am here for questions, and I look forward for the developmental disabilities to introduce themselves later on this week.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. I see one question from Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cronin, so much for coming here and for your service on the board and other things in the community. My question is regarding the staggering number that you quoted from the World Health Organization, that 63% of worldwide intellectual disability is due to lead poisoning. Do we have any numbers about Maine?
Not that I know of. This is not my bailiwick, frankly. But when I found that, and the site, the link is in my testimony, I was staggered. I was shocked. I do know that I believe that Maine has one of the highest old building stock in the nation, though. And there's something about that and the connection with lead. And I know the building that my son goes to is 50 years old.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, Ms. Cronin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And I think next up was Mr. McCroy.
Yes, hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you once again for the opportunity. My name is Patrick McRoy. I'm the Deputy Director of Defend Our Health. In addition to our organization's work on lead poisoning, I personally have a deep background in lead poisoning prevention. Prior to joining Defend, I served as the Director of the Lead Poisoning Prevention Program for the City of Chicago. Defend Our Health believes that the rules as proposed by the department, while desperately needed, are inadequate to protect children's health, and therefore we are in opposition to this bill. We urge this committee to require amendments that we've detailed more in my written submission. Lead is, as you have heard, a potent neurotoxin. It robs children of their potential by irreversibly damaging their brain and lowering their IQ. And both health scientists and federal agencies recognize that there is no safe level of lead. And that is why the American Academy of Pediatrics has called for a standard of 1 part per billion in school drinking water. Unfortunately, the department did not heed the Academy's recommendation. It instead borrowed a level of 15 that the federal government uses for water utilities. It's important to recognize, though, that this standard was never intended to be health protective. That's very clear in the documentation from the US EPA. Instead, it reflects what water utilities can achieve by making water non-corrosive. Unlike utilities, though, schools have other options for how to address actual taps. In most cases, we are not talking about the water in the entire school. We are talking about specific taps that are problematic. And in some cases, a solution may be as simple and as cost effective as just disconnecting that particular tap. So given that the level of 15 is not health protective and that it's feasible for schools to achieve lower levels, it's no surprise that other states have set lower levels for school drinking water. Vermont has theirs at 4, Washington, DC, and Illinois use a level of 5. Maine should also set a lower level. Additionally, the rule has a serious problem in recommending that schools flush out their pipes the day before testing. This sounds innocuous, but has a very real world impact. This was demonstrated in New York, where the city first used a similar protocol, but after experts and concerned parents protested, the city reversed course and tested without a flush. 9 times as many taps were identified as problematic when they were tested without flushing. The rules should therefore prohibit, not recommend flushing. Additionally, we would suggest that when the legislature passed the law requiring this rule, it clearly intended for testing to be a regular affair, yet the rules are only requiring a single test. Because lead levels may fluctuate over time in response to changes in water chemistry or remodeling, there should be ongoing monitoring as the law intended and the rules amended to require routine sampling. Finally, it is essential that parents and staff promptly learn about potential problems so they can act. The department gives schools 10 days to share results. Federal rules, however, would require notification within 24 to 72 hours if the test had been done by utilities. And we suggest that same standard be applied to schools. Additional information is in our written materials, and we are happy to provide any additional information the committee would find helpful, either right now or later for your work session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McRoy. I'm looking for questions from the committee. I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you, Mr. McRoy. We'll go over your testimony and we'll be interested to include that in our conversations about the work session.
Thank you.
Next up is Tracy Gregoire. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. My name is Tracy Gregoire, and I'm the Healthy Children Project Coordinator for the Learning Disabilities Association of Maine. The Learning Disabilities Association is a statewide nonprofit organization of individuals with specific learning disabilities and other neurological disabilities, and the families and professionals who support them. Our Healthy Children Project, which I coordinate, actually works on preventing these disabilities when possible, and that includes toxic chemical exposures. Just to go over some quick statistics, 1 in 5 American children have a learning or attention disability. The autism rate continues to rise, affecting 1 in 54 children, which nearly tripled since 2000. Approximately 18% of children in the US have a developmental disability. In Maine, almost 10,000 children were identified with a specific learning disability in 2019. And we know 1,000 more have ADHD. A little over 16% of students receive special education services in Maine. And I know you all know this, but this is not just about the numbers, right? I have a son who's 11 who has autism, ADHD, and anxiety. We also know that a lot of these neurological disorders have comorbidity, which means kids or adults suffer from more than one disability or impact. We also know that it costs the school system about twice as much to educate a child with special needs as it does other children in the district. We know that the causes of these disabilities is complex and includes genetic, substance abuse, social environment, and environmental exposure to chemicals. But the National Academy of Sciences states that environmental factors, including toxic chemicals, cause about 3% of developmental defects, which means it's the one and only cause, and contribute to another 25%. So that's over a quarter of these disabilities have an environmental factor like chemicals. So I kind of use analogy of switching on the light switch. Genetics might be what the electricity that goes to the light switch, but what actually flips on that disability for any particular person could be a chemical exposure. We know that there's no safe level of lead. I won't go into all of the impacts of lead. I will say that drinking water is just one potential exposure of lead. So we're not even considering cumulative impacts of other exposures to lead or other neurotoxins like mercury, cadmium, or other known neurotoxins. So we need this level that we set to be health protected. I will say I struggled, and LD of Maine struggled as how to testify in this bill. Do we testify for because we believe, right, we need to test in schools? Do we testify against because this is really not health protective? And I chose neither for nor against. But again, we support testing in schools, but we strongly urge the committee to strengthen this bill in a number of ways. The level standard needs to be health protective. Again, we're only talking about one potential source of lead, at least for this. Please make it health protective. Change every place in the rule from 15 parts per billion to 1 parts per billion and go with the National Academy of Pediatrics and what they recommend, which is 1 part per billion. Fix the testing methodology. We do not want a pre-flush pipes. As Patrick explained, right, that can affect the numbers, take out the minimum of no more than 18 hours, and do not encourage pre-flushing of pipes. The department has, I don't think this was intended for the department to only test one time or to ask schools to only test one time. It's inadequate for public health. We need to change that so that it says something like the department shall assign schools to testing schedule that will ensure roughly a fifth of the schools are tested each year, or some way to make sure that there's ongoing testing, because we know it's, you can test one time and not find lead, but that doesn't mean there's not a lead problem in the school. Federal rules mandate water districts notify homeowners about elevated lead level as soon as possible within at least 3 days. So we ask that you fix this bill to say schools must distribute public notice as soon as practical within 3 days of receiving lab results, because parents and staff have a right to know as soon as possible. I'll also state that LDA is a part of Project Tender, which is a group of over 50 leading scientists and health advocates. And we have a paper that I can include with my written testimony that includes specific recommendations that was published in JAMA in 2017 around lead, and includes advice on the drinking, testing for drinking water as well. So again, Board LD of Maine is asking you to strengthen this and truly make sure that whatever is passed is going to truly protect our kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. So I think I'm supposed to invite the people who have become panelists to migrate to the YouTube channel for the completion of the hearing. As we let more people in, the people I'm trying to keep track of will get smaller and smaller on my my screen. So if you could move on to the YouTube channel, that would be great. Thank you again for your testimony.
Senator Claxton, we have one more person signed up to provide oral testimony for LD 206, and that's Victoria Wallach. So I will promote her.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Wallach.
Greetings. How are you?
Good morning.
Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am Victoria Wallach, and I'm the Communications and Government Relations Director for Maine School Management, which represents the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association. We are here testifying in support of LD 206. Our association worked on this bill for months with the Maine Drinking Water Program in terms of understanding the rules. They presented the rules and explained them to us. And included in those meetings, which we did over Zoom, of course, because this was during COVID, included their chief engineer, quality assurance teams, and rule specialists. We appreciate the water department's willingness to work with us to make doable what is a massive water testing project involving all schools, public and private, in the state. The department established what we believe are reasonable timelines, recognizing that our building staff are very much still focused on COVID and the cleaning regimen required to keep students and staff safe. The plan is to pilot this program in the spring with the statewide rollout to follow. Testing will reveal where we have issues and which ones need to be addressed. If mitigation is needed, the school revolving renovation fund, which you heard discussed at the start of the hearing, has been identified as a source of funding for mitigation. We caution against over-reliance on that fund since it serves many purposes. And currently it has $1 million, $1,037,982 in available funds, which is, I can tell you, almost nothing compared to what's been in the revolving renovation fund in the past. The first tier priorities are health and safety and compliance issues, including roof upgrades, improvements to indoor air quality, which will be ventilation. We're hoping to get some federal dough under COVID bills to help us with ventilation to address the COVID problem. And other things like hazardous material abatement or removal. Asbestos was a big one at one time. Blessedly, that's not an issue so much anymore. Lead abatement certainly falls underneath health and safety, but as I mentioned, there are many competing interests. The testing was paid for by the state to avoid a fiscal note on the bill, but the substantial money will be in mitigation. I've also listened, I believe the water department has worked very earnestly to keep students safe, and I understand people would like a different standard, but I can tell you that once we find any level of lead, we will look at what we can do to mitigate it. It was mentioned that hopefully in many cases, and in cases that have already, because as mentioned too, some schools have taken it upon themselves to do this testing, and this has been going on at least for the last 3 years, where schools did it themselves, probably longer than that. It is often in the fixtures. And that is a joyful announcement because you can fix that quickly and you can fix that almost within a weekend or something. The bigger thing will be, as you already know, if it's in the piping system. And we, as mentioned, also have old schools in Maine. We have a lot of old schools in Maine. Now, as we go through the process of funding new facilities, that goes away, but we need to be cognizant of that. And that is why I think this rule is so important, that it go into effect and that we get the answers we need to keep our kids safe. And I'd be happy to take any questions. As mentioned, we've been working with the water department and we've been dealing with our schools and in trying to prepare them for what's happening and the urgency of it.
Thank you, Ms. Wallach, for your testimony and for your work over the prior year on this issue.
Yes.
I see a question from Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Chair Claxton. Ms. Wallach, thank you for being here this morning. I have a quick question. Perhaps you have the answer, I'm not quite sure, but you mentioned private schools as well will be included in this, and I've read that in the paperwork here. So as far as mitigation is concerned, how do private schools tap into any of these funds that will be made available? And then two, is the testing for private schools free as well?
I don't know about private schools because I only deal with the publics. And I can't imagine that, that's a good question for the water department about the testing. I can't imagine that they wouldn't provide them because it's in everybody's best interest, but that's for them. The mitigation is an issue. We have a lot of small private schools, as you may know, and I don't know in regard to what access they have to capital. On the other hand, it is clear that regardless, we have to address a lead issue if one is found.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Wallach, you referred several times to the water district, but there are a lot of those in Maine. Which one are you referring to?
Oh, no, I mean the water district at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Oh, okay. All right.
And that's who we've been working with. And I do believe that these are earnest and scientific people at the water district. I want to mention that. I mean, we need to follow the science on this. And I believe right now they are scientists there. There are scientists in the Department of Health and Human Services. And
so one of the big issues in our current circumstances is the timing of this effort,
right,
or initiating it. And it sounds like the plan is to do a pilot study in the spring and then roll it out over the rest of the calendar year.
Yes, and I can get you for the work session. You can imagine, we had a schedule that blew up under COVID. So let me work with my people, and we have a person on staff here who is working directly with them, who goes out and inspects schools and looks at all this kind of stuff and tries to support the building managers. And I will try to get you a more precise timeline, keeping our fingers crossed that the COVID
Right.
is abated.
Our current best guess.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Representative Javner, did you have your hand up again? Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions, Ms. Wallach. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So as I understand it, Carrie, that completes the list of people who wanted to testify in LD 206. So usually at this point, with Aaron taking notes, we go around and see if there's additional information that committee members would like to have in anticipation of the work session when that gets scheduled. So we've heard several people will be providing additional information. Is there anything else that hasn't been referenced that you'd like to have included? Yes, Representative Javner.
I apologize. Thank you, Senator Claxton. I just want to make sure that the question of the funding for the private schools gets asked to the departments, that we can have that for the work session. Thank you.
And I'd also like to be clear that the 700 figure with the number of schools that was referenced includes the private schools in the testing. That's going to be federally funded. Yes, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like a little bit more information about what Vermont is doing around notifying parents and the number of days, and also about the pre-flushing issue. I know that they've got their parts per billion, and I believe I heard 4. So just a little bit more information about their lead testing program. Thank you.
And Representative Perry.
Thank you. I really would like to look at, if we do change the parts per billion, those school systems that are either part of a city or a municipal water system, as well as their own system being considered a public water system.
Okay.
And how many there are and what that effect would mean.
Okay. Senator Baldacci.
Yeah, I think it might be helpful just to get an idea of what the testing regimes are in our New England, our sister states in New England in general, to see what's being done by our neighbors. And because I understand with this bill, we're the only state that doesn't have a standard. And so it'd be helpful to see what our sister states in New England are doing, how they do it, and how it's administered. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions that we should put to Aaron so we can have a productive work session? I don't see any. So at this point, I'm supposed to rap on my desk with the gavel I don't have. Oh, Representative Zager.
Apologize for the late request. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm interested in mitigation costs. Not to suggest that it's not a good idea to reduce any risk to our school children, but I'm wondering if we could get beyond the hypotheticals about sometimes it might be one tap, sometimes it might be replacing a whole system. If other states like Vermont have worked in advance of this, I'd be interested maybe in information from that jurisdiction or other jurisdictions where we could get some actual numbers on mitigation because they're improving our children's future and health. There's many things that we could do. This is one plausible one, but I'd like to know that we are basing that on facts if we choose to emphasize this as opposed to other important things. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, at the end of a public hearing, I'm supposed to rap on the desk with the hammer or the gavel that I don't have and conclude the hearing. we'll move on to the next considerations, which are LD 120 and 129 and 164. 129 is resolved to protect consumers of public drinking water by establishing maximum containment levels for certain substances and contaminants. And 164 is an act to establish maximum contaminant levels under the state's drinking water rules for certain PFA substances. So we'll start with, yes, Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you, Senator Claxton. Are we going to actually be using the timer for the testimony in these two bills?
I think we should, after the initial groundwork is laid for the complexity of this issue, go to the 3-minute timer. We have 25 people who are in our attendees list.
Okay.
So just a reminder to the committee that you can step away as you need to for whatever reason, just flip to the static picture. But we're likely to be here for another couple hours the way it shapes up now.
Well, Representative Davner and I are going to be taking turns doing that. So if you'll just let us know when you want us to start timing, that'll be perfect.
Thank you for your help with that.
You're
We'll do
welcome.
that. All right. So I guess that brings us, Carrie, to the first folks to introduce and then testify, including a couple of legislators who are on the list.
I will go ahead and promote the legislators who are here with us.
And before we begin, I'll just remind folks that this is our first time through using this tool and this these resources. So we may have plenty more to learn. We've already picked up 6 or 8 things this morning that we would have been nice to have known. And so please be patient with us. Once you're done with your testimony, if you could move to the YouTube channel to watch the rest of the hearing. And a reminder that the chat is not to be used for anything substantive. And we're trying to figure out how to most appropriately limit that. So do I understand that Representative Stewart is going to be introducing this? Senator.
Mr. Chair, I've got LD 129. I'm happy to.
Please.
You're all set.
Please go ahead.
Very good. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am State Senator Trey Stewart, and I have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. I'm here today to present to you LD 129, a resolve to protect consumers of public drinking water by establishing maximum contaminant levels for certain substances and contaminants. This resolve is a request to the governor's office, which seeks to implement recommendations of the PFAS task force that provided its report 2 years ago. To provide the committee with some context to the overall efforts to curb the exposure of Mainers to the harmful substance, the governor's office has multiple bills across different committees that this session that will achieve this goal. Those include this resolve aimed at reporting measures for public drinking water in front of this committee, a bill in the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee to create a bond proposal for remediation efforts where harmful levels of PFAS have been discovered, and multiple bills in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee that deal with reporting of manufacturers of PFAS, including that which is found in firefighting foam. Specifically, this resolve requires community water systems in schools and child care facilities regulated as non-transient, non-community water systems to conduct monitoring of PFAS substances. If the monitoring results detect the presence of PFAS at a level in excess of an interim standard, the water system is required to conduct additional monitoring. The resolve directs the Department of Health and Human Services to undertake rulemaking to establish an enforceable maximum contaminant level for the sum of 5 PFASs by June 1, 2024, which can include an adoption of a federal maximum contaminant level if one is available and at least as restrictive as the interim standard. Essentially, this new standard will go into effect immediately and will apply to areas that previously hadn't, including Department of Defense sites, which have proven problematic. Under this standard, testing for common water supplies, schools, and daycares will begin within the year, with the move toward a permanent standard adopted within 2 years after the rulemaking process has accounted for public input. In speaking with representatives from the governor's office and the department, we feel comfortable recommending a change to this resolve that will lower the acceptable limit of 70 parts per million to at present to 20 parts per million for 2 years for 2 types of PFAS now. There is scientific support for this change and has recently come out which would support a shift that wasn't available at the time of the drafting of the original language in this resolve. We would also retain the 70 parts per million standard for the sum of all 5 PFAS contaminants. Again, this would be an interim standard until formal rulemaking has adopted a permanent one. And I will say that there are members here today from the department representatives that can speak more fluently to those scientific standards and whatnot. And I will defer to them on some of those more technical recommendations in the Q&A portion of this presentation. Back to my testimony, while there may be some who feel this measure goes too far and some who feel this measure does not go far enough, we want to underscore that this is an area of rapidly changing science. Recognizing this challenge, we still feel confident that there are a number of avenues we can come together in agreement on, like the need to move quickly on this issue, the inclusion of the sum of 5 measures, and the need for public input in the permanent measure through the rulemaking process. By now, this committee has received much information as to the dangers of PFAS in drinking water and the importance of limiting the public's exposure to the harmful chemical and remedying contaminated sites. This starts with testing that is consistent, effective, and available, which this resolve seeks to address. I want to take this moment to thank the governor for inviting me to sponsor this bill and ensure that the approach to rectify Maine's PFAS challenge is bipartisan and based on scientific principles. I feel confident in stating that ensuring our public has safe drinking water is a goal that we all share, and I appreciate this committee engaging with this important effort in your jurisdiction of state law. Thank you for your consideration of this important measure. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Senator Stewart, for your testimony. I'll look to the committee for any questions that they'd like to ask at this point. I don't see anybody with hands up, so we may be hearing from the experts down the road. So thank you for introducing the bill.
You're letting me off easy.
So do I understand that Representative Tucker is here to introduce LD 164? Is that my understanding?
My audio is on, I believe.
It is, sir. Welcome.
I'm the sponsor of LD 164. Good morning, Representative Mayer, Senator Claxton, and members of the committee. I will not be reading the testimony that I submitted. My oral remarks should only take about 3 minutes. My name is Ralph Tucker. I'm state rep from Brunswick. I retired as a district court judge in 2012. In the 80s and 90s, I was chairman of the Maine Workers' Compensation Commission under both Governors Brennan and McKernan. The commission decided workplace injury and disease disputes, often involving gradual injuries and occupational diseases, such as asbestosis. This is now my 3rd session as House Chair of the ENR Committee, the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. ENR has oversight of the Department of Environmental Protection. We have been following the state's growing PFAS cleanup efforts for some time. The standard for certain PFAS chemicals in our drinking water should now be set at 20 parts per trillion. That's what LD 164 does. Neighboring states have done so already. The risk is plain. The federal government has failed to act on this issue. This discussion should be framed by classical precautionary principles. Over hundreds of thousands of years, our brains have been wired well to react to immediate risks. For example, an attack by a tiger or by a pack of wolves. But humans are not very good at recognizing gradual, but sometimes greater risks. Think of the fable of the frog jumping into a kettle of water. If the water is hot, the frog jumps right out. But if the water is cool, the frog sits in the pot, happy and comfy. If heated, he doesn't notice the water growing gradually hotter and hotter until he faints, and it is too late to jump out. The point is this: because gradual dangers may not be immediately apparent, we should follow precautionary principles in making public policy on such environmental risks. We have been through this debate many times before. We've been through it with gradual occupational injuries, with asbestosis, with radiation, with workplace chemicals, with smoking, with flame retardants, with Agent Orange, with lead, and with many other risks. Now we have PFAS chemicals. What have we learned? A first principle of risk management is that in the face of uncertainty and imperfect knowledge, serious and plausible threats to health should be avoided. We don't need absolute or precise proof of how dangerous each and every individual PFAS chemical is. There are thousands of them, but some in the PFAS family are clearly risky. New versions are invented constantly. Significant levels of PFAS in drinking water should therefore be avoided. And that brings me to the second precautionary principle. When there is a serious and plausible risk, the burden of safe levels should be on the creator of the risk, not those exposed. Consumers, farmers, towns, doctors should not have to conclusively prove that 70 parts per trillion for these particular chemicals is dangerous. Those who want to justify 7 parts per trillion on any of these chemicals should have to prove and persuade the rest of us that 70 parts per trillion is completely safe. The 20 part per trillion standard should stand in the meantime. With the tremendous variety of PFAS chemicals, let us apply these well-tried precautionary principles to our environmental policy. Maine should adopt a 20 parts per standard for several PFAS chemicals in our drinking water, like our surrounding states have done. My bill adopts the standards that exist in Massachusetts, as well as parts of the Vermont and New Hampshire and New York standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Appreciate your introducing the bill. Before we go to an expert, we'll hear from Representative Rudnicki. Did you want to testify, please?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm State Representative Shelley Rudnicki, and I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. I'm sure you're aware that Fairfield has been experiencing a crisis dealing with PFAS. I know that the first bill, 129, directly points to public water, and Fairfield's issues are more private wells, which is what LD 164 deals with. However, any amount of PFAS is too much. I am in favor of these bills, but any amount is too much. I know this is going to be anecdotal, but I wanted to give you an idea of how I believe Fairfield got to this point. I grew up on a chicken farm about 30 miles from here in Fairfield. And back in the 80s, the chicken business in the state of Maine started going down the tubes. I remember growing up, and when it came time, every 8 weeks or so, to clean out the chicken barn of the manure, the local farmers would come and pick it up and spread it on their fields for fertilizers.
When the chicken business started going down the tubes, it is my assumption that farmers were looking for alternative fertilizer sources for their fields. The sanitation districts at the time had excessive amounts of sludge, and the state authorized and licensed these farms to use the sludge to spread on their fields. And it is my understanding that they may have even been paid to take the sludge off the hands of the sanitation district. Dairy farmers in Maine are being devastated now because of something that was authorized and encouraged by the state years ago. I'm not a scientist and I won't pretend to be one. I just want you to know that the people in my district are being hurt by something that is way beyond their control. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Representative Nikki? I don't see any. So thank you for being here. And we'll move to Andrew Smith. Welcome. Ask you to unmute and join us. Now we can hear you. Now we can
hopefully
see you.
Now you can see me.
There we go.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Dr. Andrew Smith, state toxicologist and manager of the Environmental and Occupational Health Program at the Maine CDC. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 129. We have separate written testimony on LD 164, for which we are neither for nor against. Let me just repeat some of what Senator Stewart said in terms of what this LD 129 proposes to do. It establishes an interim enforceable drinking water standard for several compounds within this emerging class of contaminants called perfluorinated alkyl substances and referred to as PFAS for short. It establishes a requirement for testing of Maine's community water supplies in schools and childcare facilities. It establishes a requirement to reduce PFAS concentrations in drinking water if PFAS levels are detected above the interim standard. And it establishes a requirement on the department to undertake rulemaking to establish a final drinking water standard for these PFAS compounds to be referred to as the state maximum contaminant levels. In March 2019, in response to growing concerns about the increasing detections of PFAS chemicals in Maine's environment, Governor Mills created the Maine PFAS Task Force by executive order. The PFAS Task Force was charged with reviewing the extent of contamination in Maine and providing recommendations on how to protect Maine's residents from exposure. The task force report was completed in January 2020. I provided the hyperlink for it, and I would recommend it as reading for background on this issue. LD 129 is intended to implement the recommendations of the PFAS Task Force. The language of LD 129 was actually drafted last year with the intention of consideration in the 129th legislature. This did not occur due to the early adjournment of the legislature because of the COVID pandemic. The department has been tracking the development of PFAS drinking water standards and guidelines by other states, and we are very much aware that a number of states have now adopted standards or guidelines lower than the US EPA health advisory of 70 parts per trillion. The department also recognizes that there is an emerging consensus in both science and precedent that support a drinking water limit of 20 part per trillion for two PFAS chemicals, PFOA and PFOS, certainly individually and arguably in combination. We do not, however, believe there is a similar consensus on applying a 20 part per trillion limit to the sum of a broader set of PFAS chemicals as is recommended by LD 164, and we would welcome the opportunity to expand on this point in work session. The department, as indicated by Senator Stewart, is open to an amendment to LD 129 that would augment the currently proposed interim standard of 70 part per trillion for the sum of 5 specified PFAS chemicals with an additional separate interim standard of 20 part per trillion applicable to the two PFAS chemicals, PFOA and PFOS. We continue to believe rulemaking is the more appropriate venue to arrive at final MCLs through a process that will allow for stakeholder and public participation, a more in-depth consideration of the science in this rapidly emerging field, and the regulatory impacts. We've heard concerns about the timeline for the rulemaking as outlined in this bill. It's based on staff capacity and the time expected to be needed to do this work. We're open to discussion, a shortened schedule with the committee. We respectfully recommend the committee consider the following in work session. Number one, the current standards and guidelines for PFAS chemicals that have been adopted by states and a discussion of the two approaches states are using to develop their standards. We have attached our compilation of such standards as an addendum to our testimony. Number two, a review of the available data on the occurrence of PFAS in both public water systems and private wells tested to date, and a discussion of the extent the various proposals before you will result in decisions to require treatment to reduce contamination. We are preparing such data compilations for your consideration. And as another addendum, we've provided you a brief summary of the data that we currently have on public water systems. Finally, we would recommend that you consider the increased costs associated with an interim standard of 20 part per trillion over a 70 part per trillion standard, which are going to be substantial, primarily for our colleagues at the Department of Environmental Protection, and to make sure that there's the necessary funding is identified and is sustainable. For LD 164, again, I said the department has submitted written comments already for that for you. I just want to briefly state here where we agree with the sponsors on LD 164. We agree we need an enforceable drinking water standard now. We agree there's a need for a requirement that certain public water systems test for their drinking water for these chemicals. And we agree 20 part per trillion is an appropriate drinking water standard for two PFAS chemicals referred to as P4 and PFOS. Where we do not agree is that we do not agree applying the 20 part per trillion limit to an additional 3 PFAS chemicals at this time. And we do not agree with adopting a final MCL standard absent a rulemaking process to allow for stakeholder input and more time to fully consider the science and the regulatory impact. I hope some of you or all of you had a chance yesterday to see the briefing that was done for the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. That was both myself and my colleague Dave Burns, the Department of Environmental Protection. If you have not, it's recorded and available on ENR's YouTube channel, and I think that will give you good background for this issue. Be happy to take questions now and look forward to participating in the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I want to echo what you just said about the presentation yesterday in ENR. It was very instructive and very thorough, and I'll go through it a couple more times and begin to understand it. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Chair Claxton, and I am with you. I'm going to have to go over that presentation a few more times. But Mr. Smith, thank you. Thank you very much for all of your expertise. It's quite frankly overwhelming. I just have one quick technical question to just clarify in my own mind. I know that units in science are very important, and logically I would say yes to this question, but I'm going to ask the expert. So in the bill of, I believe it's LD 164, it uses the language 20 nanograms per liter. Now, does that actually equate to 20 parts per trillion?
It does, yes. So if you think of, a little bit of algebra, a nanogram is 10 to the minus 9 gram. A liter is 10 to the minus 3, 10 to the 3 milliliters. So that gets you to 10 to the minus 12. There's your part per trillion. So yes, we're scientists are sloppy about going back and forth between our metric units and our volumetric units. But to answer your question, a nanogram per liter equals part per trillion.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Smith? Mine was much sort of a philosophical, logistical question, and for the work session, I certainly don't expect you to answer right now, but with other states with arguably greater resources having done all the work that they've done, would we be better served to join ourselves to one of their efforts rather than have some incredibly capable people in Maine sort of reinvent the wheel? It's my concern that with limited resources in your department, we've heard that before, even allowing for the capabilities that you have in your department, is that a pretty heavy lift to get to where the other states already are? And aren't there some other folks we could join too?
It's a very good question, Senator Claxton. And I think in some ways we were almost hoping it would be that way, because back in 2016, we made a management decision that we would put a lot of our staff resources into developing these new novel agronomic exposure pathways to help us understand the movement of these chemicals from soil into milk, because at that point that was getting a lot of attention for us. And we had no screening levels to tell us how to think about that. However, what you may have heard from me yesterday in the briefing of the ENR committee is that although the states, many of them are ending up with a number around 20 part per trillion, they're getting there by a lot of different ways. And in fact, you can see a 20 to 40-fold variation in the toxicity values they're using. And risk assessors like me really care about that, because it raises the question, well, if we're going to use a given number for water, is that the same number we're going to use for milk action levels as well? And, you know, for a milk action level, that can be the difference between whether a farm stays viable or not. Because once they exceed that, their milk's considered adulterated and they are no longer able to sell their milk. And now it's a question of whether they can even stay viable. That's not a reason not to develop a number. It just means we need to be thoughtful and careful. And so after we saw the variation in what the other states were doing, even though they were ending up in a similar place, we made the decision, really the only option we had was to try to do it ourselves. And we've been working on that a lot since we were relieved from our pandemic duties. Most of me and my staff were actually redeployed to the COVID-19 response for quite a while. But I think we've made good progress on PFOA and PFOS of following what other states have done and doing our own versions of that. That is why we're supportive of 20 part per trillion being applied to PFOA and PFOS, is we can see that that is highly likely where we would end up as well. But again, we felt we really needed to get some clarity in our own mind as to what we thought the underlying toxicity values for these chemicals would be. And that's why we undertook the work ourselves. Having said that, I'll just add, there is a lot to be gained from looking at what the other states have done that allows us to focus our efforts. So it's not like we have to redo everything that they've done.
And it sounds like they could learn something from us. So
certainly on the agronomics pathways, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. I think that concludes a question from Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Smith, I appreciate the briefing that you gave to ENR. I found it very helpful, as well as the tremendous work you and your staff have been doing. This may be a question that you might be able to answer in advance of the work session, but it's regarding number needed to treat in order to prevent a case of testicular cancer or kidney cancer, or to achieve any one of the other important health outcomes that are associated with exposure to PFAS chemicals. In brief, if we were to go from 70 to 20, or if we were to adopt a certain protocol, a group of 2 or group of 5, what would be the objective reduction in those outcomes, things like that? That's probably not something that one knows off the top of his head, but if there is indeed any research that would illuminate that, that would be helpful.
Representative, I think there are a couple of ways we could go about this. To do exactly what you want, I think would be very difficult in terms of actually assigning any sort of quantified health metric for these reductions. also in part because it's not clear we know just how widespread the exposure is. I mean, just take Fairfield was a big surprise to us. So, but here's what we can do and what I think will be helpful to you. And that is we've tested, our Department of Environmental Protection colleagues have tested about, it's well over 250 private wells now. And so I think what we thought would be helpful to you is if we said, okay, let's look at that data for you and say, if we were using the 70 part per trillion sum of 5, how many would we end up treating to reduce levels? If we use the 20 part per trillion sum of 6 or sum of 5, how many would we treat to under that threshold? And if we were to do the 20 part per trillion for just PFOA and PFOS with 70 for the sum, how many would that treat? So you would get a sense for the 3 options before you, just how much difference they would make in terms of effectiveness, or not effectiveness is probably the wrong term, but in terms of how many additional wells would be treated under one approach versus the other. So at least you would then have a sense of their relative impact on addressing what we're seeing out there. And then we can do a similar sort of exercise, and you already have the data in my addendum for what we're currently seeing for public water supplies, which is, this is, even though we're talking about a maximum contaminant level for public water supplies, that seems to be less of a concern from the test data we have so far. This is more about private wells. And the thing about maximum contaminant levels, or even an interim drinking water standard, is it will give our DEP colleagues authority to be able to require treatment and action at other sites where they have less than clear authority now. And that's really the impetus for wanting to get a standard in place in large part.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All righty, so we have people lined up to provide some testimony, beginning with Bradley Sawyer. I'm going to turn over the chair to Representative Meyer for a couple of minutes, and I'll be listening in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not, oh yes, I am. Welcome, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you very much. And to Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on these 2 bills. My name is Brad Sawyer. I am the Government Affairs Director for the Maine Rural Water Association, and I look forward to introducing myself to you tomorrow. We represent water and wastewater utilities across the state. The water industry in Maine is acutely aware of the growing desire to test for and regulate per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. As professionals dedicated to ensuring clean and safe drinking water, we support the concept, but urge extreme caution in the steps taken to do so. We understand that these chemical compounds can cause harm, but we do not yet have all the science needed to prove at what degree and to what level. For this reason and the others stated below, that we urge you to take a measured look at what responsible regulations look like. LD 129, while still exposing utilities to almost immediate financial commitments, directs the department to undertake a rulemaking process that is completed under the guidelines of that process. It will allow for the state to find the best current science. It includes a robust stakeholder process, the considerations of financial impacts on Mainers, and ultimately brings all this together for a thorough review for a new MCL, or for a MCL. LD 164 does not provide that process. It sets standards that may feel good, but could ultimately lead to more harm than good. Unnecessarily low MCLs can cause excessive spending by water utilities, which the vast majority are public entities. They answer to their ratepayers, and can disproportionately hurt rural and low income residents, who on average pay a higher percentage of their income on water service than their urban and middle to upper class neighbors do. Once a limit is set, it becomes incredibly difficult, especially from a political standpoint, to raise it, even if there's science to support the new proposed limit. Treatment for PFAS can be extremely expensive, and consumer-owned water utilities would be forced to foot that bill unless funding from the state is attached. They have no choice but to pass those costs on to their ratepayers. We call them ratepayers, you call them taxpayers, but I assure you they are the same people that are struggling right now. We urge the legislature to take a comprehensive look at the issue of PFAS in every bill that's considered this session. And we ask that if you believe it's worth regulating, that you consider financial support to the entities that will undertake that work.
30 more seconds, sir.
Thank you very much. Just to the end of it now. So we support LD 129 in its current iteration, and we, as an association and an industry, are happy to play a role in this process. Please let me know if you have any questions, either during this session or afterwards. I'm more than happy to speak with everybody, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Mr. Ferdinand.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Ferdinand. I'm a lawyer with Eaton Peabody. I'm here representing the Maine Forest Products Council. So that's the written testimony that you have before you. The Forest Products Council represents landowners, loggers, and manufacturers of wood products. And in this case, the manufacturers of wood products are very concerned about PFAS regulations because they use some additives to paper products that will sometimes contain PFAS. So we did watch the presentations yesterday, and we want to follow LD 129 process that Dr. Smith has supported. We were a member of the task force. We had a member on the task force and supported that approach. These are important decisions, both economically and for the public health. So we want them to be based on the best science, and do not want to just use other states' standards without a thorough review, as Dr. Smith described. Maine has different conditions and different impacts, so we need to take those into account as we set the standards for Maine. They may wind up being very similar, but we want to go through the proper process to make sure we arrive at a well-founded result. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will move to Dana Callahan. Ms. Callahan.
Hi, 1 second. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dana Callahan, and I'm the Maine State Director at Community Action Works Campaigns, formerly Toxics Action Center. And I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 129 and LD 164. While LD 164 would set a drinking water standard more aligned with other New England states, we want it to be stronger. Mainers, we hold ourselves to high standards, and we deserve the strongest PFAS standards in the nation. I urge the committee to take more meaningful action by setting a PFAS drinking water standard of 0 parts per trillion on all PFAS. Today, I'm honored to stand side by side with residents we've worked with in Fairfield, Lewiston, and Corinna, who are experiencing the catastrophic impacts of PFAS contamination. At Community Action Works Campaigns, we believe that environmental threats are big, but the power of well-organized community groups is bigger. We partner with the people who are most impacted by environmental problems, training them with the know-how anyone would need to make change in their own backyard. And nowhere has this been more important over the past few years than in communities affected by PFAS. We envision a toxic-free world where we phase out harmful chemicals from manufacturing, and where we do everything possible to clean up the toxic legacies of past mistakes. We began working on this issue with residents impacted by PFAS contamination in Bennington, Vermont, and supporting community members to organize for clean PFAS-free water and health protections. And from this experience, as well as working side by side with the Finney Road Landfill Coalition for Clean Water experiencing PFAS contamination from a leaking landfill in Corinna, to the Fairfield Water Concerned Citizens, where some residents are experiencing contamination at tens of thousands of parts per trillion, We have seen firsthand the toll these chemicals take on our health and on the environment. Given the grave consequences of these chemicals, why would we allow for any PFAS in our drinking water? Why wouldn't we adhere to the strictest standards of testing and evaluation? Which is why we believe that we need stronger standards. Setting an interim MCL for 20 parts per trillion for only 2 PFAS and leaving the rest of it at 70 parts per trillion for others is unconscionable, considering that the standard is nowhere near protective of our most vulnerable populations, and considering that our neighboring states have done a much better job at already setting up stronger standards. Setting a drinking water standard for 20 parts per trillion for 6 PFAS would be more in line with, our neighboring states. However,
30 seconds, Ms. Colatan.
Thank you. There are over 8,000 PFAS chemicals in production, still largely unregulated in use, commerce, and disposal. And just 1 part per trillion of drinking of PFAS in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools is toxic enough to impact your liver. More scientists are raising the alarms that there's no safe level of PFAS in our water. I thank you for your work to create strong PFAS standards and to protect the health of Mainers. And hearing our concerns, we hope you will take aggressive action needed to eliminate our exposure to these chemicals and protect our communities by passing a strong MCL of 0 parts per trillion for total PFAS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Mr. Andrews.
Hi, and thank you for letting me testify today. My name is David Andrews, and I'm a senior scientist for the Environmental Working Group, a national environmental health organization that has sought to address the risks posed by per and polyfluoroalkyl substances called PFAS for 2 decades. Contamination from PFAS chemicals is a national public and environmental health emergency with local impacts. An enforceable drinking water standard is urgently needed for PFOA and PFAS, but should include similar PFAS compounds like those listed in LD 164. The drinking water standard in Massachusetts was set as a group of 6 PFAS based on similarities in structure, chemical properties, and importantly, the toxicity. From contamination of drinking water supplies for nearly 70,000 residents in the Mid-Ohio River Valley, we know that exposure to PFOA is linked to kidney and testicular cancer, preeclampsia, ulcerative colitis, thyroid disease, and high cholesterol. Subsequent studies have linked an increasing number of PFAS compounds to reproductive and developmental harm and damage to the immune system, reducing the effectiveness of vaccines. PFAS are called forever chemicals because they do not break apart in the environment. Many PFAS accumulate in blood, and these chemicals are detected in nearly every single person in the country. EWG has mapped contamination at over 2,300 sites in 49 states. Any additional exposure to PFAS in drinking water is a concern, and EWG has summarized the scientific evidence indicating that a health-based exposure limit should be near 1 part per trillion. Additionally, it's important that PFAS regulation in drinking water extend just beyond PFOA and PFAS because this entire class of chemicals are a concern. There is a clear path forward. The technology to filter PFAS out of drinking water is readily available, and once exposure ends, levels and health risk will decrease. The state standards or guideline values set in the past 4 years are consistently more health protective than the health advisory EPA published in 2016. Residents of Maine should not be drinking PFAS contaminated water, and there's significant scientific support for limiting exposure to PFOA and PFAS and the other compounds in 164. And so EWG supports LD 164. And additionally, we support required testing of community and non-community water systems.
30 seconds, Mr. Andrews.
The protection of public health. And then with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Dr. Graham, you're up next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Lina Graham. I'm a family practice physician and former Chief Public Health Officer for Maine. Currently, I serve on the Public Health Committee for the Maine Medical Association And in 2019, I represented the Maine Public Health Association, working with other stakeholders on PFAS task force. I am here representing the Maine Medical Association, neither for nor against LD 129 and for 164. As my area of expertise is health, I wanted to briefly mention that the members of the family have been associated with potentially very serious adverse health effects. I won't repeat those because Dr. Andrews just went over them. But Maine people have been confused and frightened to find their drinking water contaminated by PFAS at levels considered unacceptable in neighboring states. Clearly, due to the wide differences in state MCLs across the country, it will be better when the EPA is able to show some leadership. But meanwhile, people should not be left to think that a contamination requiring action in a neighboring state is just fine here. It makes sense to set a standard now that is at least consistent with Vermont or Massachusetts. I think it is important for the committee to remember that health research into the effects of PFAS is really still in its infancy. So talking with certainty about lifetime effects now is difficult. This means that new information will be coming out almost daily. Earlier, the committee heard about lead, which we have been studying for hundreds of years, and the acceptable limit continues to go lower and lower. It's also important to move forward rapidly to test and treat as necessary the water systems identified in LD 129 as recommended by the PFAS task force. Last, I would like to mention the compound listed in Representative Tucker's bill that was not to be considered in the Vermont standards. That would be perfluorodecanoic acid, or PFDA. I urge the inclusion of this chemical in the final list of compounds with the 20 parts per trillion MCL, as Massachusetts has done.
30 seconds, Ms. Graham.
You should know that this compound has been associated with increasing cholesterol levels and decreased antibody response to vaccines. In this time of COVID, I think it's a point that's particularly relevant. Thank you for your attention. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you have.
Questions from the committee? One from me, Dr. Graham. So is it accurate to say that the bill put forth by the department, LD 129, would make it so that drinking water in Maine would be considered toxic in other states?
Well, that would depend a lot on what the testing was in the other states. Currently, as I understand it, the department in Maine is considering 2 of the chemicals listed in Representative Tucker's bill. So if in Massachusetts, one of the other 4 was found in Maine, then that would be, it would be considered toxic in Massachusetts and not toxic in Maine. So you see what I'm saying there?
I do, thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Who do we have next here? Dr. Graham, Gail Carlson, yes, Ms. Carlson.
Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Gail Carlson. I live in Waterville. I have a PhD in biochemistry and I teach public health courses at Colby College. I've conducted environmental research in Maine on PFAS contamination. And I also sat in on 2 meetings of the governor's PFAS task force in the summer of 2019 in place of a member who was not able to attend a couple of meetings. As you've heard, PFAS are a family of thousands of industrial chemicals that are extraordinarily persistent in the environment, that build up in the human body, and that are very hazardous, and that's why we're talking about regulating them. They're widespread environmental contaminants, as the DEP has demonstrated in Maine and all over the world, and the US CDC has detected PFAS in the blood of nearly every American. tested, with most exposures believed to be coming from the ingestion of contaminated drinking water and foods. As you've already heard, PFAS causes numerous health problems, from cancers to birth defects to metabolic problems. And as others have just now indicated, the immunotoxicity of PFAS are particularly problematic when we think about COVID severity and vaccinations. Furthermore, and this is an important point, we know almost nothing about what the cumulative health effects are from exposures to multiple PFAS, which is what happens to people. We also don't know what happens to our health at the chronic low levels of exposure to numerous PFAS that are so common in nearly all of us. So because of these data gaps, I agree with Representative Tucker that we ought to take a precautionary approach, acknowledge the likely harms that PFAS are causing, including in our drinking water, and regulate them strictly in order to minimize exposures and protect public health. Ultimately, it should be noted that many scientists believe that PFAS should be phased out entirely, as is beginning to happen in the EU. I commend the state of Maine for starting the process of regulating PFAS, including in drinking water, but I'm neither for nor against LD 129 and LD 164. These two bills are a good start toward that end, but neither is sufficient, in my opinion, in their current form. LD 129 proposes the testing, which I support and think ought to be included in the other bill as well. It's good that both bills identify several PFAS for regulation and setting of drinking water standards, although more chemicals could and should be included. For example, testing I did last year at a site in Waterville revealed shallow groundwater contamination by 7 different PFAS out of 24 that were tested for, and at a cumulative concentration of 35 parts per trillion.
30 seconds, Ms. Carlson.
Okay, which would exceed, obviously, a 20 part per trillion standard. I do believe enforceable PFAS standards should be set in Maine as soon as possible and be much more stringent than the 70 part per trillion federal health advisory. Other states like Michigan and New Jersey have set even lower standards than 20 parts per trillion. And finally, I just want to say that setting a standard, even if it doesn't strictly apply to the private drinking water supply, I think is important in order to define the people who have contaminated private wells, like in Fairfield, who might need to receive clean drinking water, cleanup assistance, or other services. Given what an enormous problem PFAS pollution is in Maine, we should be doing everything we can to protect as many people as possible moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I see Representative Craven has joined us. Would you like to introduce yourself, Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about the delay. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston. I have read the testimony, though. So
excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Heather Spalding. Welcome.
Sorry about that. Good day. I was going to say morning, but it's afternoon now. Good day, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, MOSCA. I really appreciate this discussion today about these important bills. MOSCA is generally supportive of the work, though we want to ensure that maximum contamination levels are relevant and in line with new science, and we want to ensure that testing happens in all public and private drinking water sources. We want to thank you for attention to this matter. It seems to grow more dire by the week, and we thank Representative Tucker for his leadership. We also commend Governor Mills for convening the PFAS task force, as well as the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and the Department of Environmental Protection for proactive efforts to assess the scope of the contamination in Maine and to advocate for coordinated action at the federal level as well. As Maine works to gather information about the extent of PFAS contamination, it is essential to turn off the tap, protect the health of Maine citizens, and hold the manufacturers of these toxic forever chemicals accountable for ever allowing the materials to come to market. MOSCA has members in thousands of homes across the state, in rural, suburban, and urban areas. And healthy soil, water, and air are the top priority for our members. All of them are vulnerable to the impact of PFAS, and we're growing more concerned about the specific threat of PFAS contaminated drinking water and groundwater. PFAS threatens the health of Maine people as well as Maine's rural economy. A senior official at Centers for Disease Control said that PFAS represents one of the most seminal public health challenges for the next decade. The health risks have been noted by many people before, so I won't go into that detail. But scientists established that we all carry a body burden of phthalate and PFAS. And I just wanted to share that I was part of a study done several years ago that looked at the body burden of phthalates, and I was among like the top 25% in the US for exposure to phthalates. I didn't ask for those chemicals to contaminate my body, and I certainly didn't want to pass them to my children. Now we're learning that PFAS adds to the toxic cocktail of poisoning of all of our bodies. We know that the PFAS has contaminated wells from Aroostook County to York County, and we hope you'll set a maximum
30
contamination
seconds, Ms.
level.
Balding.
Thank you. We hope you'll set a maximum contamination level of 20 parts per trillion and require testing for all public and private drinking water sources. We urge you to establish the maximum contamination level in line with established in Vermont and Massachusetts. And I really, again, I want to thank you very much for your consideration and your hard work on this critical issue.
Thank you, Ms. Balding. Questions from the committee? Senator Claxton. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Hello, Ms. Spalding. You advocated for 20 parts per trillion. Is that per PFOA or per PFAS or in combinations?
That's in combination. I was advocating for the levels to be in line with what has been passed in Vermont and Massachusetts. And I feel like the 70 parts per trillion was too high. Generally, I mean, I did hear from one of the people who testified before me that advocating for zero tolerance, 0 parts per trillion. And I recognize that, you know, the horse has left the barn and we're facing very serious contamination everywhere. And we all have to work together to try to address this. But if Massachusetts and Vermont have passed 20 parts per trillion, I feel like we should be able to achieve that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Balding. Mr. Hunter Smith, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I'd like to start off strong by pointing out my submitted testimony addresses Senator Gratwick. Obviously, it should be Senator Claxton. So Senator Claxton, Representative Mayor, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. I'm here as a representative of Maine's Sierra Club Maine's over 22,000 members and supporters. Founded in 1892, Sierra Club is one of our nation's oldest and largest environmental organizations. We work diligently to amplify the power of our 3.8 million members nationwide as we defend everyone's right to a healthy world. In pursuit of that mission, we strongly suggest that you pass an amended LD 164 and adopt the testing language in Representative Plugger's upcoming bill. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances have been linked to various health issues, including increased risks of certain cancers, liver and kidney damage, increased risk of thyroid disease, and decreased fertility. These chemicals are stable in maternal serum with a half-life of up to 8 years. They may be transferred through the placenta or breast milk with health implications for fetuses and infants. PFAS can cause pregnancy complications, lower birth weights, and decreased effectiveness of childhood vaccines. They're often referred to as forever chemicals. Many of them do not break down in the environment, requiring cleanup for their removal. These cleanup costs usually fall on municipalities, which are already facing budget concerns from the current pandemic. Contaminating water and soil across the state, PFAS harm our environment and contaminate our farmland and drinking water. They also can cause a variety of health issues in our wildlife. Despite the existence of safer alternatives for most of these uses, PFAS persist in certain manufacturing processes, for food packaging, firefighting foams, and a variety of other products. The economic and health impacts disproportionately affect low-income communities, communities of color, tribal communities, and rural communities. While LD 129 recognizes the necessity of testing for and limiting PFAS in Maine water systems, it neglects to immediately set a maximum contaminant level. The deadline for this level to be set is 2024, and after those 2 years, the department could still set the MCL at the EPA's outdated health advisory level of 70 parts per trillion. Top scientists have stated that 70 parts per trillion is not health protective, and most of our northern New England neighbors have set much lower standards. I appreciate the MCL of 20 parts per trillion that would be set for 2 PFAS in a proposed amendment, but this level needs to be set for all PFAS as it is in our neighboring states. Mainers should not be drinking water that would be considered contaminated in New Hampshire, Vermont, or Massachusetts. On behalf of Sierra Club Maine, I urge you to support an amended LD 164. We need to get these toxic chemicals out of our drinking water. LD 164 would set
30
maximum.
seconds, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Would set maximum contaminant levels at 20 nanograms per liter for 6 common PFAS, following the lead of Vermont and Massachusetts. This is much more health protective for our families. However, while it does set better drinking water standards, we believe an important component of dealing with the issue of PFAS is identifying where current contaminations exist. That is why the committee should consider an amendment to this bill that would require testing as included in Representative Plugger's upcoming PFAS MCL bill, which will be before the committee at a later date. We hope you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Questions for Mr. Smith from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And up next is Ms. Bickford. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am Julie Marie Bickford from the Maine Dairy Industry Association, the trade group that represents all of the Maine cow dairy farms who are shipping milk for human consumption. Most of our family farms also grow hay, corn, alfalfa, and the other cover crops that are used to feed their animals on our over 700,000 acres of fields and forests in our care. Cows will require the equivalent of a bathtub full of water every day to produce an average of 8 gallons of milk per day. So the food and water provided for these animals must be safe and clean. Our dairy farmers have a national reputation for producing high quality, nutritious milk, and we take food safety very seriously. In most cases, the source of water that is fed to dairy cattle is the same one providing drinking water to the family who owns and operates the farm. And the drinking water standard is the basis for many of the newly developed standards for milk, soil, and an expanding list of crops. The category of chemicals collectively known as PFAS were not created by farmers, and the resulting contamination that's been found in Maine is neither the fault of Maine dairy farmers nor of Maine agriculture. Due to its ubiquitous use, PFAS is not even a uniquely Maine problem. In Maine, we just happen to be one of the first in the US to deal with its appearance as a contaminant within agriculture. And that's an unintended consequence of our developing science as we've learned more about how these chemicals impact living systems. And now we're forced to deal with the impact of learning that information. We are testifying today neither for nor against these bills, primarily for the reason farmers rely on science for almost every aspect of operating the farm. And the discovery of PFAS chemicals has introduced a new level of uncertainty that impacts every aspect of life on the farm. So farmers are grasping for guidance and stability, as well as assistance in dealing with this issue. Reliance on solid scientific research and analysis is the closest thing to continuity that we have. We've been very impressed so far with the thorough and methodical process used by Maine CDC, DEP, and DACF professionals so far.
30 seconds, Ms. Bickford.
Sure. Maine strongly believes that any future standard or limits must be also based on the best science available and calculated to reflect Maine's unique geology, agronomy, and animal care practices, as well as food safety and personal health requirements. Clean drinking water is a necessity for human existence, but the specific standard for soils, milk, crops, and animals are very tightly correlated to this drinking water standard. So I thank you for your time today and be glad to offer additional information that you might need.
Thank you, Ms. Bickford. Questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Next up is Kathy Higgins, please.
Thank you, everyone. It's nice to be with you today. My name is Kathy Higgins, and I'm a lifelong Maine resident, having lived the past 24 years in Brunswick, District 49. In the 1990s, I was part of a team who investigated and planned remediation of environmental impacts at the former Loring Air Force Base and Naval Air Station, Brunswick. I served as a community relations specialist for ABB Environmental Services. Our company was committed to finding solutions to mitigate significant environmental issues associated with these restoration programs. My job was to translate technical findings for the communities and make sure we met all obligations to inform and involve the public. We worked with highly committed military and regulatory personnel at the state DEP and the EPA. We were able to conduct these important programs as a coordinated front because of defined and enforceable standards for the assessment and cleanup of each contaminant of concern. Based on that experience, I believe that suggested guidelines, as we have now for PFAS chemicals, do not provide the enforceability to ensure that those involved do their parts to protect public health. So I'm asking that you support a maximum contaminant level drinking water standard of 20 parts per trillion for PFAS chemicals under Bill 164. As protective as this appears to be, well below the 70 parts per trillion guidelines suggested by the EPA, it is wise because public water is not the only source of our exposure. This group of thousands of chemicals have been widely used since the 1940s and are nicknamed forever chemicals because they are designed to be indestructible. If you have stain and water-resistant clothing and furnishings, or non-stick cookware, or used packaged foods right down to pizza boxes, I guarantee that you're already frequently exposed to these chemicals and have been for many years. Firefighting materials also contain high concentrations of these chemicals, which is why they so often appear in groundwater near bases and airports. And although some have been banned from production in the US, many are still in use, and imported products still contain a lot of them. Once ingested, they stay with us. Excuse me. The chemicals collect in the plants, animals, and fish that we eat and then accumulate in our bodies, prompting cancers and autoimmune disorders, decreased vaccine response, which is not good these days, and low birth weights, among other serious issues.
30 seconds, Ms. Higgins.
Although communities like mine who host former military installations tend to be obvious sources of concern, many Maine communities are also impacted by the presence of these chemicals near landfills, manufacturing facilities, and farms, in addition to their presence in daily life. Setting an enforceable standard of 20 parts per trillion, as Vermont and Massachusetts have, will help us to stay ahead of further damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Questions from the committee, from Ms. Higgins? Seeing none, Ms. Pelch, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the chairs and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dr. Catherine Pelch, an assistant professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. I hold a PhD in biology and have expertise in evaluating the health effects of PFAS and similar harmful chemicals. I have also been working in collaboration with scientists to systematically evaluate the decisions and judgments made by the 18 US federal and state agencies that have conducted risk assessments for PFAS in drinking water. I'm speaking today in favor of Bill LD 164 to set a combined maximum contaminant level for 6 PFAS at 20 parts per trillion, and strongly urge you to include a provision that would require monitoring of water supplies beyond these 6 PFAS. Over time, proposed and adopted MCLs, notification levels, and health-based guidance values for PFAS have continued to become stricter and more health protective as new scientific studies indicating health harms at lower exposure levels have become available. Leading scientists currently suggest that drinking water levels of several PFAS should be in the range of 1 to 2 parts per trillion in order to account for a variety of health effects that have been observed at low levels of exposure, including disruption of immune system function. In line with this, many states have set values in the low part per trillion range for several PFAS. The states and agencies that have set the strictest values have included considerations that more adequately protect infants and children who represent a vulnerable and susceptible population for PFAS exposure. The young are vulnerable because they consume more water on a per body weight basis than adults. The young are also particularly susceptible to the harmful effects of PFAS due to their rapid growth and development and the potential for the establishment of long-lasting health effects, including decreased response to vaccines and changes in hormonal signaling. It is important to note that the existing lifetime health advisory from EPA of 70 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFAS is outdated and does not consider the effects of PFAS observed at low levels of exposure or account for the vulnerability and sensitivity of infants and children. Many PFAS share similar toxicity concerns, indicating that combined or cumulative toxicity is of concern. To begin to address this, some states have set combined standards, for example, Vermont and Massachusetts, with their standard of 20 parts per trillion for 5 or 6 PFAS respectively. However, I would argue that the proposal to regulate 6 PFAS at 20 parts per trillion does not go far enough, considering there are many more PFAS in use and detected in the environment with both known and unknown effects on health. I refer you to the technical guidance that my colleagues and I recently submitted to the Agency of Natural Resources in Vermont, which outlines in detail how the state can take steps to more comprehensively regulate the class of PFAS in drinking water. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pelch, for testifying. We don't get too many people testifying from Texas. Senator Moore is an expat. Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pelch, for being here. I wonder what evidence do other states use when setting standards? And in your opinion, would we need to repeat the review here in Maine?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. So states have set or have used different evidence for the various chemicals. But when we do the analysis and look at what the different agencies have found is that over time, they're really choosing and using newer science that indicates health harms are occurring at lower levels. And as I mentioned, they have also, more states have incorporated this protection for young infants and children, acknowledging that infants and children experience a spike in serum concentrations of PFAS during a really critical period of development for them. And so in terms of undergoing a full review again, I think that that's a really interesting question because the reviews to do that can take a very long time, as you know, especially with limited resources, or the fact that these reviews do take a lot of resources. And any amount of time that is used to review the chemicals is really a period of time in which protection is delayed for the residents of Maine.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions for Ms. Pelch? I noticed in your testimony, which I admit to not having been able to read in the midst of the others quite yet or spend much time with it because it's extensive. Do we have a sense of how successful other states have been once they've set limits in terms of updating them on the fly as new information appears?
I'm not sure that I have that information. Most of these limits have been set within the last couple of years. And so there are some states that have incorporated into their regulatory process that the limits would be evaluated in the next 3 to 5 years. So we're not time-wise quite there yet.
Okay.
So I can't speak to that
Thank
yet.
you. Any other questions from Ms. Phelps? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And I see Lawrence Higgins.
Yes, hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I live in Fairfield, Maine, and I am one of the residents that have a contaminated wells. I am representing the Facebook group Fairfield Water Concerned Citizens. We started this about a month ago, and we're up to 169 members as of today and growing daily. We're all sick of all this. It feels like we got kicked in the stomach and the wind knocked out of us. You know, if you set the limit at 0, every corporation that produces these chemicals would be forced to fix their equipment and lower their pollution to 0. If you set it at 50, that's as low as they're going to go. So we actually regulate what we allow them to do. I feel 0 is the only acceptable limit of these chemicals. 1 is way too many. My wife and I bought our property 27 years ago in hopes to get it paid off and be able to retire. We built a new house 8 years ago. We built a new barn 4 years ago for our alpacas, our ponies, our minis, our chickens. In November, I found out that our water is contaminated. I'm poisoning our animals. We're poisoning ourselves. We poisoned our children, our grandchildren. It's not fair. And, you know, when I joined the Fairfield Planning Board, I took an oath that I would always be concerned about the health and welfare of our residents. And I believe every one of you took somewhat of the same oath. And I'd feel terrible if I wasn't taking care of our people. So that's why I'm doing this, for that and me. Everything's been said, so I'm not going to go on and on. I just feel that everyone's going to do their job. I'd like to see Maine set an example, not follow. I like to be a leader, and I feel Maine should be that way. I feel that our property tax now is really, you know, our value has dropped.
30 seconds, Mr. Higgins.
I don't know what else to say other than please lower the standard to 0. Be a leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. And I'm sure all of us are distressed by the struggle you're having with farmland. And it's hard to hear those stories, but they're important for everybody to hear. So thank you for that. Are there any questions for Mr. Higgins? I don't see any, sir, but again, thank you for coming out and testifying.
You're welcome.
Ms. Harkins, Penny Harkins, can you join us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Penny Harkins. I own Aquacorals Reef Aquariums. I'm a soft coral aquaculture facility where I grow parent corals from around the world on location here in Fairfield. And I make baby corals from cutting them and sell the products produced from my aquaculture efforts throughout the United States. Given the sensitive nature of the animals that I work with, I have been for over 25 years, I'm well versed at water filtration, including reverse osmosis and other methods. So I'm also one of the greatly affected Fairfield residents here. In November, the DP reached out to me to let me know that I had over 7,000 PPT. And I'm one of the babies. We've got some that have double that level. And this is a direct result of the sludge spreading, okay? That's been occurring in our area for approximately 40 years. Now, I've lived right here in this location my entire life. My parents lived next door. I got fortunate to buy my house. And I started my family here and grew my business here. And I planned on staying here. But I have nowhere to go because now our properties aren't valued anything because people fail to remember. I've been sitting here 2.5 hours listening to everyone. I've yet to hear one person talk about the fact that if we watered our vegetable gardens and our lawns and our ground with this highly contaminated PFAS water from our wells, we can no longer eat the vegetables that we grow in our gardens. It's destroyed. Now, myself and a lot of my neighbors suffer from a ton of health issues, and I'm not even going to start with that. Just know that at this high level of contamination, it's devastating. And anybody wants to do 5 minutes of research can find out for themselves exactly what kind of hell we're living in. So 20 PPT, let's talk about that for a second. If remediation at 20 PPT is, let's say, a GAC filter system and reverse osmosis, in my opinion, it's the same filter to remediate at the water treatment plants, at our private well level, as it is zero. There is
30 seconds, Ms. Harkins.
There is absolutely no reason why the MCL should be set at 20. And I agree with the other speakers before that this Maine should be a leader. And I'm begging you all, please be a leader. There's no help for us right now here except to get filters in, but there is help for others. I don't want your grandchildren or my grandchildren exposed to this any longer. Let's not waste time. Put out the fire now. A PPT of 0 for all combined PFAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harkins. Are there questions for Ms. Harkins? I don't see any, but thank you for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Reverend Richard Kilmer, please join us. After you unmute. There we go.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am Reverend Richard Kilmer, and I live in Yarmouth. I speak in support of LD 164, which establishes a maximum contaminant level for PFAS chemicals. My own Christian faith tells me how important water is to human existence. Human beings are require the natural environment for survival and an abundant life. It is in our self-interest, therefore, as well as an act of faithfulness, to do what we can to protect all of creation, but especially water, which is our lifeblood. As you very well know, PFAS chemicals are getting into well water as well as other bodies of water. These forever chemicals are associated with diagnosed high cholesterol, ulcerative colitis, thyroid disease, testicular cancer, kidney cancer, and pregnancy-induced hypertension. The main PFAS task force report, which you had a number of references to, gives us an excellent summary of PFAS and Maine's history with that family of chemicals, but it does not provide an enforceable drinking water standard. There is currently no legally binding state or federal limit for PFAS in drinking water here in Maine. Maine officials have been using an outdated and very high advisory level from the US EPA of 70 parts per trillion. Therefore, it would be an act of wisdom to limit significantly the amount of PFAS in drinking water. Since last year's Maine PFAS Task Force report, Vermont formally adopted 20 parts per trillion for 5 types of PFAS, and Massachusetts adopted 20 parts per trillion for 6 types. And protective standards have been also adopted by New Jersey, New Hampshire, New York, and Michigan, where PFAS has already been detected in Lake Michigan, which is a real nightmare for them. That means that water that is being consumed here in Maine would be considered contaminated and illegal to serve in New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts.
30 seconds, Mr. Kilmer.
Mainers should not be ingesting water that would be considered contaminated in neighboring states. Though the cost of setting that standard is not known, protecting the people of our state is a necessary priority. More inaction will not provide the necessary protection. I ask you to set the standard of 20 parts per trillion by voting for LD 164.
Thank you, Reverend Kilmer, for being here.
Thank you.
Do I see any questions from the committee? The answer is no. So again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Roger Krause. I'm the General Manager of the Kennebec Water District in Waterville, and I'm here today representing the Maine Water Utilities Association. I'm here to provide testimony in support of LD 129 in opposition to LD 164. We've submitted written testimony for you to review, and I'm just highlight a few points of my written testimony. Maine Water Utilities Association was formed in 1925, and we currently have 109 members in our association. Prior to my employment at the Kennebec Water District, I spent 10 years as the program manager of the Maine CDC's drinking water program. I worked closely with Dr. Smith on many issues facing public water systems. Because of the complexity of this problem, the use of a well-accepted regulatory development process is the best course of action. That is why we support LD 129 and oppose 164. LD 129 directs DHHS to develop a maximum contaminant level, while 164 prescribes a maximum contaminant level in statute. The staff at DHHS, including Dr. Smith and his team, have extensive experience quantifying public health risks, developing appropriate health standards, communicating risks to the public and the regulated community, and implementing regulations. LD 129 gives our experienced and proven department experts the flexibility needed to develop a sound scientific solution that can be implemented across the state. LD 164 prescribes a fixed standard in statute. This solution is too rigid and fails to utilize the expertise that we have within our state agencies. Additionally, it stands out in stark contrast to how every other contaminant is regulated under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Of the more than 90 regulated contaminants, none have a standard fixed in statute. We support LD 129 and encourage the committee to vote in favor of that bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do I see any questions to the committee? I don't. So thank you for being here, taking the time to testify.
Thank you.
And that gets us to some additional testimony as we work our way down the list. We've been joined by several folks, starting with Sean Mahoney. Welcome.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, Chair Claxton and Chair Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sean Mahoney. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation, and I haven't been before you all before, so it's a pleasure to be here today. It's snowing down here in Falmouth, so that's saved me the drive home. Conservation Law Foundation is a regional advocacy group. We've got 6 lawyers here in Portland and about 50 throughout New England. And we most recently have worked on the similar legislation that's before you today concerning PFAS in Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And I'm here today neither for nor against the department's bill, LD 129, and I'm supporting Representative Tucker's bill, LD 164. Both bills seek to address a real and growing danger to public health from this class of forever chemicals. And I think Mr. Higgins's testimony that you just heard a few minutes ago really put the human toll that is happening here across Maine connected to PFAS chemicals. We support setting the MCL at 20 PPT as we did in Vermont, Mass, and New Hampshire. And we support that for all of the chemicals that are in Representative Tucker's bill. We do not support the department's applying that only to 2 of the 5 substances that are in their bill. We do, though, find that the department bill requiring testing of all community and non-community water supplies is an important one, and we would urge this committee to consider having that added to Representative Tucker's legislation. We think it's really important that not only that we're doing this testing, but they're also doing this education so that communities aren't caught on their heels like Fairfield has been. It's a very, it's a real risk for the state of Maine that is going to grow over time. My organization right now is working at the former Brunswick Naval Air Station, where PFAS contamination has been found in the stormwater and in some of the streams that run both north to the Androscoggin River and south to Muir Cove. So with that, I would urge support for LD 164, and thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for Mr. Mahoney? I don't see any, so thank you again for being here.
Thank you
Ms.
all.
Woodbury. Sarah Woodbury, would you care to join us?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I'm a native Mainer and the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, formerly known as the Environmental Health Strategy Center. I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 129, the department bill, and in support of LD 164, Representative Tucker's bill. The issue of PFAS contamination across the state of Maine is a growing problem. We have seen farms destroyed and both public water systems and residential wells contaminated. More than 29 wells in Fairfield are contaminated, and according to remarks made by Acting Commissioner Melanie Loisem in the ENR supplemental budget hearing, they have just received testing results that indicate that number will rise. Those numbers are in addition to previously reported contamination of wells in Presque Isle, Trenton, as well as the public supply from the Kennebunkport and Wells Water District. We need to take immediate action to test public water systems and set a science-based, health protective maximum contaminant level for PFAS in drinking water. You have heard from several folks that the EPA use of 70 parts per trillion is outdated. It's not health protective. Maine is an outlier in using the outdated EPA standard. Our northern New England neighbors have all set more health protective standards. Drinking water that is considered safe to drink in other states should be considered safe here, and vice versa. Drinking water in the state of Maine that is considered safe here should not be considered toxic in other neighboring states. LD 129 and LD 164 both do some good things. In fact, an ideal bill would combine aspects of both of those bills. We have such a bill that was submitted by Representative Pluker, but unfortunately it was not printed by the time this hearing was scheduled. We support the testing language in LD 129, but the interim drinking water standard of 70 parts per trillion is unacceptably high. While we appreciate the department's amendment to set the MCL at 20 points per trillion for PFOA and PFOS, we do not agree with them on the need for a rulemaking process for the other PFAS listed. You've heard from scientific experts that discussed why it makes no sense to allow high levels of these other PFAS in water. We are playing whack-a-mole with people's health, and it is unacceptable. The standard of 20 parts per trillion for 6 PFAS set by LD 164 is much more health protective, and we urge the committee to support it. But LD 164 does not require testing, which we believe is necessary. We would urge the committee to adopt LD 164 with an amendment that would add the testing language, as is laid out in Representative Pluker's bill, which you will hear at a later date. I've also submitted that amendment language with my written testimony. And just a quick personal note, Representative Tucker in his opening statement mentioned the use of Agent Orange and other toxic chemicals that we've had to deal with over time. My father, who was a teacher and a superintendent of schools in Madison, Maine for many, many years, died a year ago today due to exposure of Agent Orange in Vietnam. So this is a personal issue for me. The issue of exposure to toxic chemicals is personal, and PFAS is a toxic chemical. We need to do our best to protect Mainers. Therefore, Defend Our Health urges you unanimously support LD 164 with additional testing language included. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woodbury. Are there any questions for Ms. Woodbury? I don't see any. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to including, I think, we'll probably hear Representative Pluker's bill first, and then work out a work session that will touch all three of them. but more conversation about that to come. Thank you very much. Ms. Treat, Sharon Treat.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and honorable members of the committee. I am Sharon Treat. I live and work in Hollowell, where I'm senior attorney for the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy. IATP works to support policies that promote sustainable agriculture. Unfortunately, PFAS contamination has hit farmers hard, devastating 2 Maine farms and polluting the wells of neighboring properties, as you have heard today. We support LD 164 to immediately establish an enforceable 20 parts per trillion MCL for a group of 6 PFAS chemicals. As you have heard, most of the other states adopting PFAS standards of the last 2 years have done so well below the 70 part per trillion health advisory of the EPA, which is unenforceable and too high. A lot has been said already about the health impacts of PFAS. What I wanted to specifically mention for you is something that I've put a lot of information in my written testimony about. I had some help from a Colby College student in doing that. And that is that there's current research that's found a strong association between PFAS exposure and COVID-19 severity, antibody response, and asthma. As detailed in that testimony, autopsy of people who have died with COVID-19 have found substantial accumulation of one of the PFASs is PFBA, which unfortunately isn't part of this bill, suggesting that PFAS increases lung damage from COVID-19. And there's other studies that have associated elevated PFAS with lower antibody responses to vaccinations in children and adults. The Maine CDC amendment to LD 129 to adopt the 20 parts per trillion standard, but only for 2 PFAS, which are actually no longer manufactured, is a step in the right direction, but it's not enough. Unfortunately, drinking water contamination in Maine is not limited to those 2 PFAS. And the damaging of health effects of PFAS are also not limited to just those 2 chemicals, as I've pointed out in terms of the COVID link. In my written testimony, I linked to DEP data for the dozens of drinking water wells in Fairfield, Benton, and Unity Township that have been contaminated. You will see if you click on that, it's an interactive link, which is quite useful, that the contamination is not limited to those 2 PFAS chemicals. And interestingly, DEP is already calculating the sum of 5, in this case, chemicals. That approach that LD 164 puts into law, we put into law. I do want to mention we do support the reporting, monitoring, treatment, and enforcement provisions of LD 129. And essentially these 2 bills should be merged. The legislature should enact the 20 parts per trillion sum of 6 PFAS standard in 164, along with the language of LD 129 that includes testing and other requirements. The bottom line is do not wait to enact these standards and look to the current medical and scientific consensus on what the standard should be. As DEP's Dave Burns stated yesterday in the PFAS briefing, without an enforceable standard, the state's hands are tied. They can't go after the US Department of Defense to clean up without a standard, for example. And that was something he mentioned yesterday at that briefing. I sat through many months of the governor's PFAS task force and learned that without enforceable standards and a requirement to test, some water systems actually refuse state testing paid for by the state to find out if their systems were contaminated with PFAS. I was shocked to discover that this refusal to test included some schools and daycares. Until there is a standard in law and a requirement to comply with it, we are gambling with the health of our children and the rest of us in the midst of a deadly pandemic. We urge the committee to favorably report out LD 164 along with the monitoring and enforcement provisions. While it makes sense to phase in those latter provisions, the text should be clarified to assure that the 20 parts per trillion MCL standard itself goes into effect as soon as possible when the legislation becomes law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Treat. Appreciate your testimony. Does anybody have any questions? I don't see any. So I think next up is Steve Risotto and then Tracy Gregoire. Steve, thank you for unmuting.
I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and you were sideways for a minute there.
Awesome. Okay. Well, it happens often. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Committee, thank you for hanging in there to hear a testimony on LD 129 and LD 164. My name is Steve Rosado, Senior Director at the American Chemistry Council. ACC supports a national strategy for addressing specific PFAS in drinking water. US EPA has announced its intent to pursue maximum contaminant levels for the two most common PFAS, PFOA and PFOS, and has an ongoing research effort to prioritize other PFAS for regulatory review. We understand that federal action can proceed frustratingly slow, but we are concerned about individual state actions regarding these substances that can create public confusion and uncertainty when the actions show such wide variability. Based on our concerns, ACC opposes the prescriptive approach suggested by LD 164. We do, however, support the approach to developing state standards outlined in LD 129 as introduced, with a few suggested changes. We will be submitting some amendments to the committee in the coming days, but I'd like to outline those suggestions for you this morning. Not all PFAS are the same. As such, proposals to group individual PFAS into a single standard without clear scientific justification is inappropriate. We suggest that an interim standard of 70 parts per trillion created in Section 2 of LD 129 be applied only to PFOA and PFOS per US EPA's recommendations. Testing should be conducted for all PFAS, which can be identified using validated analytical methods, but as a basis for identifying whether other PFAS may require the state's attention, not for enforcing US EPA's health advisory beyond the two substances for which it was developed. Based on data collected in other states, the results of the testing to be conducted under Section 2 of the proposal likely will identify a small number of water systems with detections and even a small number exceeding the US EPA health advisory for PFOA and PFOS. Given this likely result, we recommend that Section 4 of the proposal be revised to indicate that the state would work with water systems exceeding the health advisory to find remedies, rather than placing the burden on the water systems alone. The statewide cost of implementing treatment of or other remedies for the few systems exceeding the health advisory likely will be small, but the cost to an individual system may be excessive, particularly if unable to pass the cost on to ratepayers. ACC also suggests that potential risk to public health be removed from paragraph B of Section 4. While it is possible to make a general statement about health effects that have been associated with exposure to PFOA and PFOS, it is not possible to assess potential risks associated with a particular concentration. Thank you for your attention. I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rosado. Does anybody have a question? I don't see any, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so, Tracy Gregoire, can you join us again?
Hello, members of the committee. Thanks for having me on again. As I stated, my name is Tracy Gregoire. I'm the Healthy Children Project Coordinator for the Learning Disabilities Association of Maine. As I stated in my lead testimony, a quarter or more of learning and developmental disabilities are linked to environmental factors, including toxic chemical exposures. The good news is that these causes are preventable and should be prevented. PFAS chemicals pose significant health risks, particularly for pregnant women and children. I won't go into all the health effects that other people have noted, but I do want to highlight a few. Studies have linked PFAS to impaired fetal development, as well as interfering with the thyroid and low birth weight. And these, low birth weight and interfering with the thyroid are indicators that the chemicals can affect children's brains. The CDC states that some human studies have shown certain PFAS chemicals may affect learning and behavior of infants and older children. In a testimony before the US Senate in 2019, Dr. Linda Birbaum, the former head of the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences and also the National Toxicology Program, stated, the research conducted to date reveals associations between PFAS exposures and a variety of specific adverse human health outcomes. These include the potential for effects on children's cognitive and neurobehavioral development. To tackle contamination of PFAS and other hazardous chemicals that are harming our families, we must first set a health protective limit on PFAS in drinking water, just as we need to have a health protective limit for lead in drinking water. Maine is behind other New England states. As you've heard, Maine officials have been using the outdated advisory level from the US EPA of 7 parts per trillion. The science is clear that this level is not adequately health protective. New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts have in recent years adopted standards that are up to 10 times higher than this EPA level. LD of Maine supports LD 164, which sets the maximum contaminant level of 20 parts per trillion of a combination of 6 different PFAS found in drinking water. This standard is the same as Massachusetts and very similar to Vermont's, and Mainers deserve the same protections. LD of Maine also opposes LD 129. In terms of 1D LD 164, we ask that you adopt suggested amendments for monitoring, reporting, treatment, and enforcement as presented by Defend Our Health, and I won't go into those now. I strongly disagree with the American Chemical Council. There is a lot of science showing that both short-chain PFAS chemicals and long-chain PFAS chemicals act very similarly. And I can share a report that was published in June of last year with a number of scientists on it that state why we need to actually tackle PFAS chemicals as a class of chemicals, because otherwise we are going to be doing the whack-a-mole game where we hit down one PFAS chemical and another one pops up for centuries, given that there's 5,000 of them. So I'll share that scientific paper as well as my written testimony with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that reference. Are there any questions of this witness, this testimony? I don't see any. So as I understand it, and unless Carrie corrects me, that's the last person who wanted to testify. Okay, so at this point, I'll entertain questions for Aaron to have available when we meet about this in a work session. Anybody got any questions or that they'd like to flag for Aaron? Well, I have about 4, but so the first one is, I think we'll be talking about this afternoon, but about whether to hear Representative Kluger's bill before we go into work session on these 2 would be, I'd be interested to hear you weigh in on that before I keep going. Representative Perry, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. A lot of this came out of a work group and
Task force.
Yeah, a task force. Is there a report of the task force that we could have available?
Yes, and it's already posted to the committee materials page under LD 164, I believe, along with the presentations that were provided yesterday to ENR.
I'd also like to take advantage of Aaron's expertise in helping us understand how the balance to be struck between putting numbers in statute versus giving the department some leeway and some guidance. I'm always reluctant to put numbers in statute, especially in terms of something that's rapidly changing, lest it be outdated promptly. And then the last question I had was, it would be nice to know at some legislator level what the difference in cost was between getting a PFAS level down to 20 versus getting it down to 0, as was referenced by a couple of different people who are testifying. Any other questions we should put before Aaron and before our work session? So unless there's something else to be done with the morning session, this would conclude our hearing on LD 129 and LD 64. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn for lunch until 2.
So move.
Thank you. And I saw a hand wave for second from
That would be
Meyer.
a second.
All those in favor? We're good, people. Thank you. We will adjourn now until reconvening at 2 to hear from some introductions from interested parties. Thank you all for attending.
And just a reminder, if you're staying in the Zoom, that the live stream continues during the break. And if you could turn off your microphone and your video during the break, that would be great. Thank you.
I see you're here. So I joined the committee late because I was in another committee. But was there any conversation about how sludge?
Being recorded, you know that, or broadcasting.
Well, anyways, I wondered if there was any conversation about how the farms with sludge could be cleaned up.
There was no conversation about how to remedy it. We did hear from one farmer whose land's been impacted. So we'll go ahead and start, it being 2 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. Now we'll move into a portion of today's hearing that involves hearing from some interested parties. Right now, excuse me, we have 25 people who'd like to introduce themselves and their organizations, and we'll move quickly through that list. Unless Anna or Aaron has something to say before we get started. I see one head shake. I see another head shake. All right. So I saw Sarah Woodbury. There she is. Hi, Sarah Woodbury. Welcome back from our Healthy Future. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and other members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. You heard from me earlier during the PFAS hearing. I'm a native Mainer, born in Skowhegan and currently living in South Portland. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health. Defend Our Health is an environment and public health nonprofit that, sorry, trying to find my notes here. That was previously known as the Environmental Health Strategy Center. We believe that all people have the right to safe food and drinking water, healthy homes, and products that are toxic-free and climate-friendly. We do this in a variety of different ways, including advocating for policies that protect all people from toxic chemicals, working with coalition partners, retailers, and manufacturers for safer water, food, and products, and educating people on the dangers of these chemicals. Some of our past legislative successes have included the Kids Safe Products Act, passing legislation to increase testing for arsenic in well water, and getting funding for low-income Mainers to afford water treatment, as well as a law creating a first-in-the-nation ban on toxic chemical flame retardants in upholstered furniture. This legislative session, Defend Our Health will be working on a suite of bills to address the issue of PFAS contamination across the state, as well as legislation to address the issue of arsenic in our drinking water. For the purposes of this committee, we are working on a bill with Representative Gramlich around arsenic in drinking water. This bill would expand access to residential well testing for low-income Mainers. set a more health protective standard for arsenic in drinking water and require that landlords test and disclose the results of that testing to their tenants. As you heard this morning, we are also working on a bill around the issues of PFAS exposure in drinking water. In addition to the two bills this morning, we are working with Representative Kluger on a similar bill that will require public drinking water sources to test for PFAS. I'm looking forward to working with you all on these and other important issues, and I'm looking forward to our work together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Next, we're going to hear from Katie Rutherford from Franny Peabody, if she's out there. There she is. Go ahead when you're ready, Katie.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. I spoke with you last week as a representative from the HIV Advisory Committee. I'm the executive director of Franny Peabody Center in Portland, Maine. We're an HIV/AIDS organization that works to support people living with HIV and AIDS and also preventing HIV infection. I'm just going to provide a little bit of an overview of our services because I know you've already heard from me in terms of our representation at the HIV Advisory Committee. We work in partnership with other AIDS service organizations around the state. We provide comprehensive medical case management, housing assistance through 3 statewide federally funded HUD contracts that are specific to people living with HIV and AIDS. And we also are licensed to provide behavioral health counseling regardless of HIV status, but currently that caseload is 100% people living with HIV. And we also provide HIV and hepatitis C testing services to members of the community. That's free and rapid testing. And we are about to start a contract with the Maine CDC to add syphilis testing to that prevention program. Currently, we have about 330 individuals engaged in HIV case management services. And when you count the people receiving housing assistance through our HUD contracts, that number jumps to about a little over 400. Our HOPWA, or sorry, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, that's the title of the HUD contracts. Those come in the form of a subsidy program similar to Section 8, in addition to short-term rent, mortgage, and utility assistance. And we also provide case management regardless of immigration status and if people are over income for access to Maine Care, and that happens through the federally funded Ryan White CARES Act. So these comprehensive services really support individuals in achieving undetectable viral loads, which prevents them from transmitting HIV and also contributes significantly to sustained health, which has proven extremely effective, particularly amidst the COVID pandemic and what people across the state are going through. So in terms of being a model of care, HIV and AIDS, the way the programs have evolved over the past 3 decades has really shown us what comprehensive and integrated care can do. We work very closely with a lot of the medical providers, specifically the infectious disease doctors and the Maine CDC, in trying to promote as much access to care as we can for the individuals that we serve. And that's sort of Franny Peabody Center in a snapshot. I don't know if anybody has any additional questions for me, but I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Rutherford. I don't see any questions from the committee. Thank you for being here. Look forward to working with you. Next, we have Whitney Parrish. Whitney there, hi.
I am here. Thank you for having me. Good morning, distinguished members of Health and Human Services. I am grateful to tell you about Health Equity Alliance today. So my name is Whitney Parrish. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Communications for Health Equity Alliance, also known as HEAL. And we're really grateful also to be following Franny Peabody. And I'll tell you a little bit about why. So HEAL was formerly the Down East AIDS Network. And it was founded in 1987 in response to the HIV AIDS pandemic and epidemic. Merger happened in 2013 with an organization in Bangor called the Eastern Maine AIDS Network, and that's when we became HEAL. And what we recognized amongst the diverse communities we serve is that the commonality was a history of social marginalization. And so that went beyond the health disparities and the incidence of HIV. And so, our work is really centered on marginalization fueling health outcomes and mitigating that harm. And so HEAL is a direct service provider, and we advocate with and on behalf of Maine's LGBTQ plus community, people who live with HIV and AIDS, and people who use drugs. And so a little bit about our services. We have many of them. We have offices in Bangor, Ellsworth, Belfast, Machias, Rockland, Calais, and now Deer Isle. So we are growing quite a bit and responding to community needs. So we operate 6 of the 11 syringe services programs in the state of Maine. So that includes safe supply, education and distribution, naloxone education and distribution, overdose prevention education, as well as HIV and hepatitis C testing. We offer targeted case management for people who use drugs and lead case management. So folks who are having contact with the criminal legal system and maybe are in a situation where they could be diverted from it. Medical case management for our folks who live with HIV, community food pantry, lots of support groups and other supportive things like that. And so HEAL and the Health and Human Services Committee, we really are focused on public and population health policy proposals that involve or impact certain communities like the ones I've described, people who use drugs, people who are seeking support for drug use, people who are incarcerated, people who are unhoused and living in poverty. The list goes on. We're really focused on access, affordability, and accessibility. And policy proposals related to social determinants of health. So some specific areas where you might see us prevalently involve, medication-assisted treatment, or otherwise known as medication for opioid use disorders in some circles, dental care, main care accessibility around targeted case management and medical case management, and just support generally for folks. It's our goal to work with you, and we're really grateful to be able to work with you to better the health outcomes for all Mainers. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll take any questions.
Sure. Thank you for your work. Are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Next, we'll go to Elizabeth Ward Saxel.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton. Goodness gracious, I'm right back from lunch. Representative Meyer, Elizabeth Ward Saxel from Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault. So MICASA's work is to ensure that there are services in all Maine's community to support the 14,000 Mainers who will be victims of sexual violence every year. The lifetime number is 1 in 5 Mainers will be the victim of sexual violence. And our work at our office is to represent those service providers in public policy work in front of your committee. But most of our work is technical assistance and training to statewide partners and providers. So for example, we do the commercial sexual exploitation of children training for all the incoming new caseworkers at CPS. And engage a wide range of other kinds of interdisciplinary training. But that's one that's relevant to the subject matter of your committee. MICASA also represents Maine's children's advocacy centers. Some of you may be familiar with these programs. They really absolutely changed the way that we respond in Maine to child sexual abuse. Previously, a kid who was suspected of being sexually abused would make potentially a disclosure, or there'd be a suspicion of sexual abuse. They'd have to tell their story repeated times, including to a CPS worker, to a law enforcement officer. Then the DA's office would say, actually, I didn't get all the questions answered that I wanted. There'd be additional questions. You can imagine the trauma for a kid who's been sexually abused, who experiences those repeated obligations to tell strangers their story. So now in Maine, we have children's advocacy centers. When there's suspected abuse, those referrals go right there. And one highly trained forensic interviewer does those interviews on behalf of CPS and law enforcement. And then they build a wraparound response around that kid. It's really an extraordinary program. In her former life, Representative Holly Stover played a strong role in the development and funding of those programs across the state. So when you see that report come from HHS, which comes to you once every 2 years about the status of that program, please give a little round of applause to Representative Stover for her work in helping start those programs. We all right, yay! And Down East has been our slowest to get built. Senator Moore, I know you and I have been talking about this now for several years, but I swear within the year it will open. And if not, I'm going to come down and open it myself. I mean, I'm coming your way. But that is the remaining Down East, unfortunately, are the 2 counties that we don't currently have a CAC in, although they are being served through the Aroostook County program as well as the Bangor program. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Most of the legislation that we are aware of this session that's really related to our work is not coming your way. There is a possibility that our funding issue, which thanks to the many former members of this committee for the unanimous report to support the first funding increase for DV and sexual assault in 20 years. It was a phenomenal hearing, and the support of the committee was, to me, still deeply moving. And we are in a place where that did not get added into the governor's biennial budget. And so we're about to lose DV and sexual assault services across the state as of July 1. And so that issue may be coming your way if it doesn't bypass you to go straight to appropriations, but we certainly would appreciate conversations with you on those issues. So happy to you might have.
Are there any questions? Thank you for being here. Next, we'll go to
Thank you for having me.
Patty Dubois.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon to you.
committee members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Patty Dubois. I'm the city clerk for the city of Waterville. I see my representative, Colleen Madigan. Hello, Colleen. I represent the Maine Towns and City Clerks Association as their chair of the Legislative Policy Committee. So really, I just, most of the bills that we testify on are regarding election bills. So we mostly testify before the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. On occasion, we do speak before your committee. So I really just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that I'm always available. If you have any questions on anything, feel free to reach out.
Thank you for your help. You've been in front of SLG in the past a couple times.
Yes.
Yes. From my prior life.
Right.
All right. Thank you for being here. Any questions? Yes, Representative Madigan.
I just want to give a shout out to Patty. She's an amazing city clerk, and good to see you today.
Thank you. You as well.
Very nice. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Angela Westhoff. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Angela Westhoff, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Dental Association. The MDA is a statewide association dedicated to advancing excellence in dentistry. We represent about 85% of the dentists in Maine. There are 774 practicing and retired dentists that belong to our association. In addition to the MDA officers and staff, we have 10 component societies that are located across the state, and they all meet periodically to provide continuing education and networking opportunities. And if you ever need something in your respective districts, please let us know. We can connect you to those leaders. The MDA also has an active role in mentoring new dentists. We readily include students from the UNE College of Dental Medicine in our organization's activities, and we actually have a dental student who sits formally on our board of directors. Students also participate in a number of our MDA sponsored activities, including Dentists Who Care for Me, which is a day of free care, Give Kids a Smile event, which is an event where we provide free care to underserved children, Annual Day at the Legislature, where they come and visit with you and learn all about the legislative process. And several students have written testimony and given some oral testimony before HHS and other committees. So it's important to include them in this process. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention that the 3rd and 4th year dental students at the UNE Oral Health Center provide visits to many Mainers, and also through the UNE externship program, they've provided over 80,000 procedures at external sites in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. And the vast majority of Maine patients that they see are either Maine care recipients, or the treatment that they receive is provided at a very low cost or no cost at all. I also wanted to mention that over the past couple of years, the MDA has focused on expanding its continuing education efforts. We now have an allied dental team membership category, and that includes hygienists and dental assistants and lab techs and dental office staff. And in the past 2 years, we've had over 300 allied dental team members participate in continuing ed programs that we've offered. I think it's no secret that the past year has been a real challenge for many healthcare professionals, including dentists and dental team members. By and large, I think you're all aware that offices were closed to all but emergency dental care from March 15th until May 18th. And while that economic impact to dental practices was significant, so was the impact to patients, including our most vulnerable Mainers. I think it's noteworthy that the MDA championed an effort to reopen dental practices and specifically created a multidisciplinary team. So we had dentists, general dentists, specialists, hygienists, an infection control specialist, and many other experts that came and offered their guidance. And we regularly update that guideline document. And so dental practices refer to both the MDA's guidance and the American Dental Association's Return to Work Toolkit to guide them, to make sure that we're keeping the staff and patients safe. In conclusion, I would add that the MDA is very optimistic about the Maine Care Comprehensive Rate System Evaluation Interim Report that was released recently in January. The consultants, Myers and Stoffers, noted that Maine Care does not currently have a process for periodically reviewing rate methodologies and rates, and that several rates haven't been updated in many, many years. 55 policy areas were reviewed, and there were some priority groupings. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. Dental was ranked number 5 in priority group A. So as the state looks at developing consistent methodology to review rates, it's clear that reimbursement rates for dental services must increase, and we look forward to ongoing conversations about how to accomplish that important goal. And thank you for your service to the citizens of Maine. And if we can be of assistance at any time, please do not hesitate to contact us.
Thank you, Ms. Westhoff. Any questions? Thank you for being here. So that brings us to Lisa Harvey McPherson, representing Northern Light. Thank you for being here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and committee members. It's good to see those I've had the opportunity to work with, and I look forward to getting to know all the new committee members. I'm Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm the Vice President of Northern Light Health for Government Relations. To help me manage my 3 minutes efficiently, I provided you with 2 documents. If you look at the map of Northern Light Health, we're a statewide healthcare organization. Our southern tier would begin with Mercy Hospital, and our northern tier would end at the Canadian border with A.R. Gould. As you travel up 95, you'll visit 10 Northern Light hospitals, 8 nursing facilities, a statewide home care and hospice program, air and ground ambulance, a pharmacy service, and a large number of primary care and specialty practices. I also included with our document Northern Light Health successes, and you'll see that the second page of that document focuses a lot on our COVID work, both certainly caring for Maine's population with COVID, and today our significant public health effort vaccinating Maine's population with COVID vaccine. If you think about the variety of issues, it's every touch point that would impact an individual's health in the state of Maine, and those are the issues that I will be working with you on. I'm also a registered nurse. I tend to be the voice of nursing very often in the state of Maine. I had the opportunity to testify at a hearing this morning, and I will work with you on professional and nursing related issues, very often related to Maine's nursing workforce shortage. I see my colleague, Lori Belden here. She's the Executive Director of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. I chair the Government Affairs Committee, so I am called upon by Lori to help her out with home care and hospice issues too. And with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
I don't see anything right now, Ms. Harvey McPherson.
Okay,
glad to see you. Next on my list is Kim Russell, but I'm not seeing her. unless that's Kim Gore.
It is. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Claxton. I thought my name was updated on Zoom, but I guess it's not. So thank you, committee members, for inviting me to join you this afternoon for just a few minutes and introduce myself and the organizations I work for. My name is Kim Russell, and I'm the state director of 3 different advocacy groups that are sort of unexpected messengers in the lives of young children. But we're linked by the issues that we work on, and we focus on the health and development and early education of young children. I'm part of a national organization. And I've been doing this work here in Maine for about 14 years. The first of the organizations I work with is called Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, and it's a group of law enforcement leaders. So it's chiefs and sheriffs and prosecutors who gather together to do advocacy work and public policy work around keeping our communities safer and keeping kids started on the right path in life and hopefully staying on the right path in life so that they can stay out of contact with crime later on when they become teenagers and adults. Our policy work with that group tends to focus on early care and education, child abuse, neglect prevention, after-school programming, and to a lesser degree, juvenile justice issues. The second organization I'm proud to be the state director of is Ready Nation, which is a group of about 100 business leaders, and we do advocacy work around high-quality early education and care programs because they're foundational building blocks to helping us have a better economy and a stronger workforce in the future. And the third organization that I'm privileged to be the state director of is a group of retired military leaders. It's called Mission Readiness, and they're retired military leaders that are admirals and generals at the highest level of service. And they came together as a group when they recognized back about 6 years ago that 71% of our young Americans between the ages of 17 and 24, so prime recruiting ages, are ineligible to serve in the military if that would happen to be their career choice. Because of one of 3 barriers. Either they don't have the correct educational attainment, they haven't graduated from high school and don't have a GED, they are physically unfit, or they already have a serious criminal record. And the military leaders of Mission Readiness recognize that if they're not qualified to serve in our nation's military, they're probably not qualified for a lot of other careers if that would be their career choice. So the one issue area that crosses over all 3 of my organizations happens to be the high quality early education and care. And that's what's likely to bring me and some of our members before your committee to talk to you about the importance of making sound investments for the future for our children. I also happen to be a co-leader of the Right from the Start Coalition. And in that capacity, I help Chair Millett and Bennett, House Representative Rebecca Millett and Senator Rick Bennett staff the Children's Caucus. And I'll put in a little plug. We have the next caucus meeting this Friday. We happen to have a brain scientist named Dr. Sarah Little from the University of Washington, who's going to present a foundational presentation on the importance of early brain science. So I would make a pitch for all of you to join us. I'm on Zoom Friday at 10 o'clock if you're available. We'd love to have you. Happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you. I always learn something at the Children's Caucus. Any questions? No, I guess we'll move then to Amanda Richards.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Amanda Richards, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Osteopathic Association. I personally reside in Topsom, Maine, but our headquarters are in Manchester, and of course, we serve physicians all over the state. The MOA is a professional organization representing approximately 400 practicing osteopathic physicians, or DOs as they are known by their designation, as well as an additional 700 plus residents and students undergoing their medical training in Maine. Our mission includes advocating for the availability of quality osteopathic healthcare to the people of this state. And in addition to that, we also do a lot of education. We actually have a current meeting coming up this weekend, so I apologize if my mind is a bit frazzled. We're planning a big CME meeting. For those of you who may not be familiar with DOs, they are fully licensed physicians who practice their unique whole person approach in every medical specialty. Roughly 1 in Maine physicians is a DO, and osteopathic medicine is one of the fastest growing healthcare professions in the country, with 1 out of every 4 medical students enrolled in an osteopathic medical school. As you may know, Maine's Medical School, University of New England College of Osteopathic Medicine is located in Biddeford and graduates approximately 165 students per class year. UNE has been a consistent provider of Maine's rural physicians, and that's part of the osteopathic philosophy. More than 50% of active DOs do practice in primary care specialties. DOs are also formally trained in a unique form of manual therapy called OMT, a hands-on treatment that's been shown to ease pain, promote healing, and increase overall mobility. For the MOA, one of our key kind of indicators is that 1/3 of our members are in private practice medicine, and therefore we're mindful of those unique challenges of providing care for patients as an independent practitioner or in a small office. We've recently worked with the MMA and DHHS to help get our private practice physicians vaccines for COVID vaccines, and are continuing to work on how to get small practices access to be able to vaccinate their patients. So we support patient access to physician-led care, evidence-based medical practice, and equity within the healthcare system. The MOA also works with Charlie Solton and James Bass of Solton Bass as our contracted lobbyists, so you may see them in front of your committee as well. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll take any questions or leave you all.
Okay, thank you very much for being here, Amanda. Next are Lori Belden and Clara McConnell, if she is, from Home Care and Hospice Alliance. Please unmute and join us as you're ready. Lori's unmuted.
Is that better? Oh my gosh,
That's
how many
better.
times does that happen in the course of a day? It was fantastic what I said and you missed it. I just want to say thank you for having us. This is a great opportunity to get to see all of you. Many of you have participated in either a board meeting or a government affairs meeting to get to know our work a little bit better and to build such critical relationships. And I want to thank Carrie for not putting me up right after Lisa Harvey McPherson. She's a tough act to follow. So thanks for the buffer. I appreciate it. Again, my name is Lori Belden. I'm the Executive Director for the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. We're the trade association for home care, home health care, as well as hospice providers across the state of Maine. We're delighted this year to be working with Clara McConnell, who is on the screen as well, and her team at Main Street Solutions for our legislative activities. Our members deliver care to Maine's aging adults and those with disabilities across all 16 counties. This care allows Maine's most vulnerable to remain in the comfort and safety of their home and community, which is even more critical now during this public emergency. Services range from short-term physician-directed services to allow people recovering from injury or illness to recover from home instead of a more costly hospital or skilled nursing facility, to what we call long-term care services, which are skilled nursing in the home for extended periods of time, whether it's skilled nursing, ventilator care, or even just support for activities of daily living. We also are blessed in our state to have some really compassionate providers who deliver hospice care to individuals in their residence. And that residence could be their private home. We have several wonderful hospice houses in our state or congregate housing. In 2019, our members self-reported that they serve more than 45,000 clients across the state, making more than 500,000 visits throughout the year and travel more than 20 million miles. Maine is a big state, lots of trees in between, and reimburse staff more than $13 million. And again, this is from a few years ago, but at that point, 7,000 employees in our industry, making it one of Maine's most largest employment sectors. You'll see me and Clara over the next, during this legislative session, talking about rates. I feel you got a good preview of that when we had our meet. I'm glad you guys smile with me. So I appreciate that. We were fortunate to have the support of Representative Stover in some amendment discussions last week. And Representative Stover will also be championing a bill to focus on RN rates, which we have tried. We thought successfully because bills passed, but the money didn't get implemented for RNs in our state that deliver services in the home. It's as with most services, it's kind of at a critical level now. I'm also going to talk about rates, about keeping up the pace with federal mandates, including minimum wage, electronic visit verification as a federal mandate, there's a state mandate for pay time off for caregivers. All of those things are great supports that we can give our caregivers, but with our providers business, 75 to 85% being main care, we just really need to make sure they can afford to deliver the main care services. So we're really hoping to get those rates brought up to where they need to be. We also have Representative Meyer as one of our champions. Hi, good to see you. Talking about modernizing home health care services, particularly around telehealth. During this pandemic, we have seen the use of telehealth dramatically improve patients' access to care in the home. And with staffing shortages, the rural nature of Maine, telehealth, it really is going to be a way to go to make sure we can still deliver care in the home. And then I don't know if Lisa Harvick-McPherson has dropped off or not, but one thing that is really important to us is, and you don't know, and until emergency hits, you don't know, but home care and hospice services were not included in the consideration for when the public health emergency was declared. Hospitals, long-term care facilities, but our industry, who I think serve efficient services safely in the home, had really a lot of troubles accessing PPE. We're having some difficulties with vaccines now because we weren't necessarily considered in the continuum of care. So we're going to be, you'll be seeing a bill from Representative Dillingham just to elevate home care and hospice to that level of necessary healthcare services during a pandemic, God forbid, when it happens again.
Okay.
Like most of you, once you experience home care, whether you're a family member or yourself have access to that, you really do appreciate the services. And I want to be here for a resource. I know Claire and her team want to be here for a resource. If I don't know the answer, I know what I don't know, and I will certainly hook you up with the people who do know all the ins and outs of our industry. So again, thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to working with you over the session.
Thank you for being here. You answered my question about the Alliance and access to vaccination for the homebound. We have some work to do. So
absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Senator.
That brings us to Jennifer Putnam. Would you like to unmute and join us, Jennifer?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you for having me here today, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Putnam. I'm the Executive Director of WABAN, and we're a 50-year-old nonprofit that provides children and adults with intellectual disabilities and autism, medically necessary services, and educational opportunities. We typically have about 420 employees. Right now, because of the pandemic, we're down about 50 or 60 employees. So we have around 370 right now. We're considered an economic driver in our Sanford, Maine community. And, I think while it's been challenging for us during this time period, I want to share a little bit about what we do overall. We have 20 group homes that serve 75 people, 75 adults with intellectual disabilities, and that ranges from individual apartments to group homes with 5 or 6 people living in them. We also provide community supports, which is more commonly known as a day program, as well as employment and work support and adult case management. We have a couple of unique services. We own a secured document shredding company, which is a social enterprise that employs people with disabilities and also provides excellent document shredding services throughout Southern and Western Maine. And our newest effort to reduce the need for staffing and increase independence is called TechWorks. It's a remote monitoring and supports program that we've rolled out to decrease our own need for direct care workers, which we all know is in very short supply. Right now, we're in 8 homes providing remote supports for our members, and we plan to expand to another 8 homes over the next year or so. For children, we offer a developmental preschool program and a K through 4 special education, as well as an integrated daycare classroom. And we provide occupational, speech, and physical therapy for kids, as well as clinical services for children and adults. I think that wraps it up, except just to let everyone know that, you know, I'm sure you're all aware that things have been very challenging, especially on the group home front with COVID over the past year. And we have just an amazing group of employees across our field who are really dedicated to taking care of people with disabilities and autism throughout this process. So.
Thank you. I see a question from Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you talk a little bit about how you manage the remote monitoring?
Yes, I can do that. So a couple of years ago, we began thinking about how we were going to manage with the workforce crisis the way it is, and began to look at remote monitoring companies on a national level.
So sorry to interrupt. I really meant to say, you know, private. I meant to say, how do you manage privacy regarding the remote monitoring?
Sure. So that's a very common question that we get, and we have different sensors and cameras placed in individual homes based on the person's care plan. So if someone has a camera in their home and they only need to be monitored, let's say at bedtime to make sure they're safely in bed and the door is locked, then that's when the camera goes on, and then the camera goes off after that. So there are very strict privacy measures in place, and it's also all the monitoring is done in-house for us. We did not want to use a national company to do that, and so we've taken on performing that role ourselves, which is pretty unique in Maine.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day. And that brings us to Jess Maurer. Hello, Jess. You want to unmute and join us?
Hi, I do want to unmute and join you. Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I think I've taken a little bit of a different approach to introducing I think really the issue of aging in Maine to you all. So my name is Jess Maurer. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Council on Aging, and we are a broad multidisciplinary network of more than 100 organizations, businesses, municipalities, and older Mainers who are working together to make sure that we can live healthy, engaged, and secure lives with choices and opportunities as we age in our homes and communities. We were established in 2012, and we are a unifying force across multiple sectors that is really creating a new narrative about aging and older people in Maine, with the goal of building local, statewide, and national support for systemic changes that are needed to support our new longevity. And we think Maine has sort of an incredible opportunity to lead the nation in building new systems that take full advantage of what's called or been dubbed the longevity era. These new systems are really required because as we age, the systems that have worked for us in the past don't always work for us as our abilities and finances change. And so how well we age is dependent upon how well our housing meets our physical needs, whether we can fully engage in all aspects of life when we can no longer drive, how well our communities are planned, and whether we can still earn a living to supplement our savings. It also depends on whether we can access the kinds of care we need if we need care. So the problem that we'll be talking to you, I think, about a lot this session is that we're not making much progress on these big system changes, and we're really falling behind in some ways. And we've been sort of asking the question of why. And we think that's partly because we tend to see aging as personal, something that's happening to us or our parents. And we tend to see the problems that come with aging as individual and not really collective problems. Of course, the in Maine have not yet solved our workforce challenges, which we've already heard several about today. We haven't been able to figure out a new transportation funding strategy, or we haven't found the resources to build all the affordable housing we need. So we surely can't expect a single person to be responsible for these challenges. But just sort of going to the next level, COVID-19 has really forced us to start a new conversation, which we think is pretty uncomfortable. We're beginning to explore how our own age-related bias, our own feelings about getting old, and the way we think about older people in later life influences the policy decisions we make. Last year, we heard some prominent lawmakers around this country say some pretty awful things. Specifically that older people would be happy to die to reopen the economy. And in fact, we've seen hundreds of thousands of older people actually die, the majority of them in care facilities, while we've argued about whether or not this virus is real. Extensive national empirical research finds that most Americans hold pretty unproductive and inaccurate thoughts about older people, and they don't actually believe ageism is real. Of course, we know from decades of research, though, ageism is not only very real, it's bad for our health, and it leads to a lack of supportive systemic change. So, as an example, I guess lots of us have made jokes about when we get old, we want somebody, and we can't take care of ourselves, we want somebody to take us behind the barn and shoot us. And while we're really only joking, it really isn't funny. This message is really about the value of life if I'm dependent on others and how I feel about that. And I can transfer that thinking about the value of others who are dependent, like people in nursing homes. When we saw last year, Westbrook City Councilor said that those people in nursing homes are only waiting to die. So we'll be continuing our work under the Maine Blueprint for Action on Healthy Aging, but we've actually shifted our work to also include some pretty robust conversations about how to combat ageism as a critical step to creating support for the systemic changes we're going to need in Maine. So while I'll come before you many times talking about these structural challenges, I'm going to invite you today, if you don't mind, to think about your own personal feelings about aging and about how you feel about personally aging and the issues that impact older people. So I'll leave that there and say thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Griffin.
I was just wondering, when is the Caucus of Aging? Is that Monday mornings?
It is the first Mondays. So that would just happened. It's the first Monday of every month at 11:30, and that was recorded, Representative Griffin, and we'll be sending out the recording as soon as it's uploaded.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. Laura Cordes has joined us too.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and tell a little bit more about MAXB. Already this session, I appreciate the opportunity to have already talked to you about the impacts of the pandemic on the IDD or intellectual and developmental disability community. And I should start and really want to thank you all for your consideration of the amendment and the support of the amendment headed to AFA for short-term relief in the supplemental budget for our community. MAXB is a longstanding association of providers. It's a network of over 70 organizations throughout the state. And our mission is about providing leadership on behalf of our member organizations and those they serve. And we do that through advocacy, education and training, and real collaborative working partnerships at all levels of the government and in the community, in the towns throughout the state that we support children and adults and adolescents with disabilities to live their fullest lives in the community. I know many of you have worked closely with one or more of our members. You certainly just heard from Jennifer Putnam of WABAM, who is a longstanding MAXB member. But our members are both small businesses, 70% are nonprofits. They are diverse in the set of services that they provide. And at the end of the day, our workforce and the people we support is at the heart of our mission. We've talked a little bit already this session about our workforce, and certainly those of you who have been serving, especially on this committee, know about the longstanding pre-pandemic workforce shortage crisis for direct support professionals. DSPs are a type of direct care worker particular to the IDD community. Before the pandemic, we estimated 10,000 DSPs working in our field. As of January 1, we estimate a loss of over 16,000 DSP professionals. And that's certainly due to the pre-existing workforce shortage crisis, the outdated rates, but certainly the extraordinary stressors that the pandemic has put on our sector, folks who are already at high risk and living in high risk settings. The workforce is not surprising, disproportionately represented by women and new Mainers. Women make up roughly 80% of DSPs and new Mainers 16%. And it should go without saying, just to maybe repeat Jennifer's point about her organization is similar to many of our members who collectively are an economic driver throughout our state, sometimes the largest employer in a community, employing thousands of DSPs, licensed clinical professionals, administrative services, and certainly contractors, food services, and more. When we talk about our services and the range of services supporting folks for daily living, these are main care and medically necessary Medicaid services. We refer to them as residential services. The overwhelming majority of residential services are either in group home settings, 2 to 6 people, or private homes referred to as shared living. Community integrated supports, sometimes known as the old term of day supports. These are programs that help people develop and support life skills, and those are the essential skills and opportunities that are needed for community involvement and integration. Employment supports. There's also children's services, including rehabilitation, developmental preschools, and support for in-home and in the community, and case management services.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Clark, I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
You know, we have had the opportunity to talk about the short-term relief this session. We will certainly want to talk about the biennial budget and the need for a permanent long-term increase in reimbursement rates and the need for addressing a dedicated rate or funding mechanism for providers working with adults with high behavioral needs. Lastly, I'll say, you know, Maxby is myself as an executive director. We have a part-time administrative assistant. We work with Pretty Flaherty and their team on legislative matters. But our members, if you haven't had a chance to meet them, mission-driven collaborators who believe and promote best and promising practice. Many of them are in the field because they have a family member or a child with a disability, and the range of expertise, I think you all know, who've been on the committee and serving. Some of our members were those folks who really were the founding providers of some of the first housing and community supports programs when our state was closing Pineland some 25 years ago. We really do appreciate the collaboration and dialogue we have with committee members. We appreciate your service, and I look forward to speaking with you again in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're joined by William or Bill Ferdinand.
William Bill. I'm Bill Ferdinand. I'm a lawyer with Eaton Peabody. I spoke to you earlier today on behalf of the Forest Products Council, which is very unusual for me to speak to this committee on that for that client. But we have a number of clients that we will be working with you. The YMCA Alliance of Maine, which is all the YMCAs throughout the state. So the issues regarding childcare and chronic disease prevention, fitness programs, things like that. We'll be involved with those. The Maine Cemetery Association, which is the cemeteries throughout Maine. They're municipal, they're private. A lot of them include crematories. So there's sometimes crematory laws that come up before you guys because the HHS licenses those. The Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, Greg Payne is the executive director. He does a lot of work with them, and Kim Cook works with us on that particular client. They are the financiers and the builders of affordable housing throughout Maine. And then a companion organization related is the Maine Real Estate Managers Association, which does the management of the affordable housing units that are built by MOC. So they're looking at a lot of different programs that are benefit housing, some of which come through your committee, whether it's Fund for Healthy Maine or other things like that. And then a couple of transportation organizations, the Maine Ambulance Association, emergency management, emergency transportation and non-emergency transportation. They get funded through the Maine Care program. The Maine Transit Association does non-emergency transportation. They are the buses and the ferries, but some of them also do non-emergency rides that are paid for through the Maine Care program as well. So we have a range of clients that will be in and out of your committee, and Nate Cloutier and Kim Cook will be working with me, and so you'll see them with us as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I don't see any questions. That brings us to Vivian McHale. Want to unmute and join us?
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton. Thank you. It is good to see you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Vivian McHale. I am a lawyer and lobbyist with Drummond Woodsum based in Portland. I've had the pleasure of working with some of you in the State House and with grassroots efforts for some other clients. And I know some of you from my previous professional life with the Attorney General's office, where I worked on matters of the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement, which then brought me before you on matters of the Fund for Healthy Maine. So I'm really glad for this opportunity. And I wanted to talk to you about two clients today. Which is the American Heart Association. You may see myself or my colleague, Toby McGrath, before the committee this session, and also Allison Dragg, who will follow me today in this introduction. She is the Government Relations Director for the Heart Association, and I will let her explain to you from her seat of expertise about all the good work and priorities of the Heart Association, and won't double up on that, but she is following me today. So we thank you for that. You also may see Toby McGrath and I on behalf of the Maine Alliance for Boys and Girls Clubs. So I'll just take a few minutes to explain to you what clubs are all about, though I do know that some of you are aware to some degree. The Alliance is made up of 5 traditional boys and girls clubs across the state, being Bangor, Border Towns, Greater Waterville, Kennebec Valley, and the Southern Maine clubs, which are comprised of 16 physical sites. Since 2017, the Alliance has had a strong relationship with DHHS as a recipient of Improving Outcomes for Youth grant. The clubs provide a safe place for youth ages 6 to 18 to get help with homework, develop workforce readiness skills, and make a difference in their community. Before the pandemic, most of the interactions between youth and club staff took place actually at a brick and mortar club. However, as we all know, the pandemic changed the very landscape of how many organizations operate. After school and out of time programs had to pivot many of their services to address the largest needs of the communities that they serve, which of course were compounded by the pandemic itself. Prior to the executive orders closing businesses across the state, the Boys and Girls Clubs in Maine served over 21,000 youth annually throughout membership and community outreach. And beginning in March of last year, clubs switched to a virtual service delivery and offered over 840 hours of virtual programming, serving 775 youth across the state. And for those families that needed additional assistance in the early days of the pandemic, 3 clubs provided essential staff and first responders a place for their kids to be cared for during a time of really great uncertainty. Over 65% of club members qualify for free and reduced school lunch when schools closed, and clubs became community food distribution centers, providing over 190,000 meals and snacks. Clubs partnered with local food banks, served as grab-and-go sites for meals, and provided weekend backpacks with food for families to help address food insecurity in their communities. Clubs really committed to combating the spread of COVID-19 by limiting enrollment in programs and instituting small program groups, mandating temperature checks, practicing social distancing, and other safety measures. Because of these protocols, clubs have seen a decrease in numbers of youth served by at least 10%, while costs to keep programs going and safety measures in place have, of course, increased. Today, clubs continue to be on the front line supporting youth learning, including social and emotional well-being, through at least hybrid learning sites that total 8 being run by Boys and Girls Clubs, serving 500 youth during the school day. One example is a partnership between the Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Maine and their local school districts in Portland and South Portland. The clubs are operating during school hours as remote learning hubs, offering academic support, technology resources, nutritious meals, and safe spaces where kids can do schoolwork. Clubs continually adapt their programs to align with needed hybrid distance learning models to allow students to attend school or learn remotely full-time through the internet. These partnerships with the school districts have enabled kids the opportunity to continue their learning, nutritional needs, and allowing parents to continue working. So you will see us this session on behalf of the Boys and Girls Clubs with respect to any issues that touch on TANF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, goals, childcare, workforce readiness, at-risk youth, and all issues around food insecurity and those needs. So I really thank you for the opportunity to say hello to those of you who I do know and introduce myself to those of you I don't. And I will look forward to working with you on behalf of the Boys and Girls Clubs and also in the American Heart Association. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That gets us to Allison Perron-Drag.
Thank you so much, Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and members of the committee. I am Allison Perron-Drag. I am the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association, American Stroke Association. I cover the states of Maine, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. For nearly 100 years, the American Heart Association has been fighting heart disease and stroke and helping families and communities thrive. We have grown into the nation's oldest and largest voluntary organization dedicated to fighting heart disease and stroke. The AHA's mission is to be a relentless force for a world of longer, healthier lives and to ensure everyone has an optimal, just opportunity to be healthy. We know that this is not always a reality for many people of color and whose health suffers because of social factors beyond their control. In fact, some people in some under-resourced zip codes have shorter life expectancies than their neighbors just a few miles away. And people in often remote, rural areas face significantly higher death rates from heart disease and stroke. COVID-19 illuminated these unacceptable health disparities and worsened the problems. The pandemic and economic hardships have disproportionately harmed the health of Black, Latino, and Native American people. That's why our impact goal affirms our focus on identifying and removing barriers to health equity. We believe that every person deserves the opportunity for a full, healthy life. And our work focuses on advancing cardiovascular health for all, including identifying and removing barriers to healthcare access and quality. A number of our policy priorities focus on these areas, including access to care, quality systems of care, active living and healthy eating, social determinants of health, nonprofit issues, and tobacco prevention. We look forward to working with you on several issues that will come before you in the committee, funding the tobacco program, eliminating all flavors and all tobacco products, SNAP incentives, and water access. I'm happy to take any questions, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you for that. I don't see any questions for now. I'm sure there will be later through the session. So that brings us to Lance Bushey.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Claxton and Meyer and members of the committee. My name is Lance Bushey and I'm the Senior Division Director for State Public Policy with the American Lung Association. I oversee a team in a 25-state territory in the East Division, but coordinate our public policy activities here in Maine. I'm a resident of Manchester, Maine, and normally work from our Augusta office. The American Lung Association is the oldest voluntary public health organization in the country, and our mission is to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease. In the State House, our work is often focused on the following strategic imperatives: to improve the air that we breathe so it will not cause or worsen lung disease, reducing the burden of lung disease on individuals and families, and the one that we appear most before HHS before, eliminating tobacco use and tobacco-related diseases. Every year we release our State of Tobacco Control report card, and just 2 weeks ago we released our 19th annual edition. We are thankful that with the bipartisan support of the legislature throughout the last decade or more, our state continues to receive some of the best grades in the country. However, some may think that we have solved the tobacco issue and nothing can be further from the truth. In 2005 and 2006, Maine was the first and still only state to receive straight A's on our report card. By enacting evidence-based policies, we can once again receive that straight A report card, return to our position as the leading state in the country addressing the tobacco epidemic, and most importantly, ensure that we don't lose the opportunity to have today's youth be the first tobacco-free generation. Tobacco use still is the #1 cause of preventable disease and death in Maine. And while we celebrate the past tobacco successes, there's still work to be done, and proposals to address tobacco will be what you hear from me and the American Lung Association volunteers on. We are extremely concerned that young people are still using tobacco products like e-cigarettes and little cigars at an alarming rate, with most recent data showing 1/3 of Maine high school students using some form of tobacco products. We look forward to discussing with you in the months ahead ways to prevent youth initiation and help all current tobacco users make a quit attempt. The staff of the ALA is always ready to assist you and your constituents. I did want to share one resource that you may find helpful. Our lung helpline at 1-800-LUNG-USA is a free service that is ready to assist anyone with lung health questions. It's staffed by licensed nurses, respiratory therapists, and treatment specialists, and can provide your constituents with information about COVID-19, lung cancer, asthma, any other lung health topic. In the past, lawmakers have shared this in newsletters, and we are happy to provide Mainers with access to detailed and accurate information about lung health, especially during a respiratory pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself in the ALA to the committee, and I look forward to working with you throughout the session.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I don't see any questions right now, so we'll move on to Betsy Mahoney.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Betsy Mahoney. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Autism Society of Maine. The Autism Society began about 45 years ago as a support organization for parents of children with autism. We serve the autism community from birth to death, offering all kinds of educational services, family retreats, summer camps, team meetings, and the like. Some of these programs, as you can imagine, have been suspended during the pandemic, but we're primarily focused on helping people with autism lead fulfilling lives and productive lives. We're an affiliated chapter of the Autism Society of America. And among the programs that we sponsor, again, are retreats and team meetings. One of them you may be interested in is the Autism Information Specialist Program, which trains individuals to provide resources to parents and guardians and schools about autism. We have a number of phone calls coming into the organization. So we serve the public who have who have questions about programs. Some of these are people who have an autistic child or family member and have just moved to the state. Another thing that I would mention is training for law enforcement. We have a trainer named Matt Brown, who's a retired federal probation officer who trains cadets at the Maine Police Academy twice a year and teaches them how to interact with individuals with autism. He's trained actually more than 8,000 officers over the years. And some of these things you hear in the news about people who have a family member who's having a real difficulty and the police are called, and sometimes the police don't know how to deal with that. So we're doing what we can to train officers in working with people with autism, particularly those who are nonverbal. What I work on primarily is this legislative outreach program, which primarily is informing our membership and the public about bills and issues in the Maine legislature and in Congress, and as well as regulatory issues coming before the Department of Human Services. We follow legislation and work with legislators to craft bills and enact bills that would benefit our community. Several of the other individuals who've already testified have alluded to direct service provider workforce shortages and main care waivers. What we try to do is work with the legislature and with the department to make sure that people who need a main care waiver to get community services, residential services, are able to get those. And one of the ways that we do that is we encourage the legislature to increase main care reimbursement rates for direct service providers, and also to eliminate waiting lists for people who are waiting for a waiver. In the legislature, we work primarily with your committee and with the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, as well as the Appropriations Committee. With the Education Committee, we look at early childhood education and the use of restraint and seclusion. We also work in coalitions with other groups, including the Maine Coalition for Housing and Quality Services, the Maine Parent Federation, the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, and the Maine Care Advisory Committee. So I know some of you from appearing before your committee in years past, and I want to welcome those of you who are new, and as the others have said, offer my services and expertise if you are in need of those coming up, and I look forward to working with you this session.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Appreciate your being here. Don't see any questions, so we'll move on to Lisa Henderson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Henderson. I'm the Executive Director of Leading Age Maine and New Hampshire. We're the association for not-for-profit aging services providers in these two states and are affiliated with Leading Age National. Our organization serves 25 different providers in Maine, and they run the gamut from affordable senior housing, independent living, and then into retirement type communities of senior housing, as well as assisted living and nursing care, and some that have a variety of combinations of those services. Leading Age National represents 6,000 aging services providers in 39 states. We work collaboratively with a number of organizations you've heard from today, or perhaps on the other interested parties introductions, including the Maine Council on Aging and the Maine Healthcare Association. And today I've come with a single question quiz. So that quiz question is, who did authors of a July 28th Washington Post article name as having the most dangerous job in America right now? And the answer is people working in nursing homes. Since the start of the pandemic through that article's publication in July, which admittedly is a bit outdated now, facilities around the country had reported 760 COVID-related deaths among staff of nursing homes. And at that rate nationally, the US would more than double the rate of previous deadliest occupations that we're quite familiar with in Maine, logging and commercial fishing. So while Maine has been spared such a dramatic death toll here, it's clear that the staff of long-term care communities haven't been spared sickness or financial hardship or toxic stress or anguish at the loss of beloved residents. They've experienced a collective trauma that they're going to carry with them for the rest of their lives. And many of them who've been hanging on by a thread to see this pandemic through, I think, are soon to retire or quit due to burnout. And that's why we would ask that the Health and Human Services Committee and the department really seek to make expanding the direct care workforce in Maine a top priority this session. You know, I see a common and heartwarming sight at many long-term care facilities, you know, handmade signs that say healthcare heroes work here, and that kind of community support is wonderful, don't get me wrong. But, you know, pats on the back and the occasional pizza party, you know, aren't the long-term solution to Maine's direct care workforce shortage. You know, goodwill can't be a substitute for good policy. But the terrific news is that you have, as a committee, some great resources at your disposal to address this issue in earnest. The Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues published their report in January of 2020, and it has 29 recommendations in it that speak to reimbursement, workforce recruitment and retention, workforce development, qualifications and training, and more. Also, we're really excited about the interim report of the Comprehensive Maine Care Rate System Evaluation. It clearly outlines that this is not going to be easy to overhaul the Maine Care Rate System, but that it's worth doing. It provides recommendations on how to remedy some of the flaws with current rates and rate setting for long-term care settings, speaking to inconsistency in the frequency and the basis and rationale for the implementation of rates across settings, and that a burdensome process to update them, and inconsistent benchmarks and rate methodologies that are complex. Yeah.
We're hearing lots about that. So.
Yes, yes. And the good news too, you've got the Legislative Caucus on Aging, some of whom serve on this committee, who are absolutely dedicated and committed to solutions. And so we're really pleased at the commitment that we know is there, and know that it's not going to be easy work. We've got organizations like ours and that can draw upon policy expertise from 38 other states. And so sometimes that's of an advantage to tap into for the committee, and we welcome that engagement, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to Brian Watt.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Brian Wyatt, and I'm the Director of Policy and Communications at the Maine Primary Care Association. On behalf of Maine's Community Health Center Network, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, even as though this may be a virtual format this year. Maine's Primary Care Association is a membership organization representing the collective voices of our state's community health centers. Our mission is to champion and maximize the value of our health center network for the health and well-being of all Maine people. For 40 years now, MPCA has provided technical assistance and training, housed relevant programs and services, and has advocated on behalf of our health centers and the hundreds of thousands of patients they serve each year. Our health centers exist in high-need communities that are federally designated as either medically underserved areas or populations. With 20 health centers and nearly 70 service sites spread across the state, Maine's health center network spans as far north as Fort Kent, as far south as Springvale, eastward to Lebec, and westward to Rangeley. These locations serve nearly 210,000 people each year. That's almost 16% of Maine's total population, or 1 in 6 Mainers. Community health centers are unique. They provide comprehensive primary care to anyone who walks through the door, regardless of insurance status or ability to pay. They are also providers of choice for those who have private insurance or Medicare. They are the safety net providers for patients with MaineCare or who don't have insurance. Our health centers operate as health homes. The health home model is like visiting your doctor's office, your dentist's office, care manager, nutritionist, and counselor's office, all rolled into one. And our services vary among location, but the vast majority integrate a broad range of services into our health home model. This includes behavioral health, dental, and pharmacy services, as well as supportive services that include many social determinants of health that have already been talked about today: educational, transitional, and transportation services. Our health centers put patients first. The governing boards for our community health centers are actually made up of no less than 51% of patients, which gives our patients a much greater say in the healthcare that is provided in their community. Our health centers are also a significant boost to our economy. Maine's community health centers employ more than 2,000 providers, clinicians, support staff, and administrators, and contribute approximately $400 million in direct healthcare and community spending each year. And over the past year alone, Maine's health centers have been nothing short of healthcare superheroes, serving on the front lines of the state's pandemic response. First, with the critically needed testing and treatment, and now through working in collaboration with the state to ensure that the vaccine needs of our rural and underserved communities and those most vulnerable are being met. In closing, the impact of Maine's community health centers is significant and wide-ranging. Our health centers help lower overall healthcare costs, improve the health of patients, and generate economic opportunities in communities served by providing jobs and training for local people. The Maine Primary Care Association and our community health center network supports responsible health policy that promotes greater access to affordable health care for all Maine people. And we look forward to working with you to achieve this important goal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wyatt. That'll take us to Becky Smith. I saw her in there. Yes, welcome.
Hi, how are you? All right. I have my camera over here and my words over here, so working this all out. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Becky Smith. I am the Director of Government and Community Relations for the Maine Community College System. Prior to my current position with MCCS, I spent almost 20 years in public health advocacy right here in Maine, much of it for the Maine Public Health Association and the American Heart Association. I spent a lot of time in front of this committee. Although my time with you is now more limited, it is no less important. Your committee discusses issues crucial to our students, faculty, and staff, and inherently tied to our ability to carry out our mission. MCCS is comprised of 7 colleges with 9 campuses and multiple satellite locations. We're located within 25 miles of 92% of Maine's population. Nearly half of MCCS students get enough grant aid to cover the full cost of tuition and fees. In fact, those with the greatest need get checks cut to them to cover books and other costs as well. More than 70% of our students receive some form of grant aid to offset their costs. This, combined with the fact that our colleges have the lowest per credit tuition in New England, makes us the affordable way for Maine residents to get the education they need for the life they want. Maine's community colleges are an integral part of Maine's healthcare and public health infrastructure. Healthcare is our largest program area. We educate close to 2,000 residents every year studying to become nurses, LPNs, medical assistants, PT assistants, respiratory techs, phlebotomists, EMTs, substance use counselors, and the list goes on and on, includes medical office support staff as well. Each and every one of our colleges has multiple allied health programs. Some are free short-term training programs that get students ready to work in weeks. Some result in badges and micro-credentials. The bulk of them are 1- and 2-year associate degree programs. As you well know, Maine's healthcare workforce is in dire straits. Maine's community colleges are working around the clock and in new and creative ways to get our well-educated graduates out into the healthcare workforce while maintaining necessary COVID protocols. We also just learned that our nursing students' pass rate for the most recent NCLEX nursing exam was above the state average, over 90% pass rate for every college who had students sit for the exam. Our students are well educated and ready to work. Equally important to this committee, we educate Maine's early care and education workforce. 6 of our 7 colleges have certificates or associate degrees in early care and education. And as you know, a well-educated workforce is integral to high-quality childcare, and quality childcare is crucial to child development. The Maine Community College System also operates the Maine Quality Center program. The MQC is established in statute to deliver short-term training in partnership with Maine businesses. As we work our way through the economic fallout and healthcare needs of COVID, the work of MQC is critical. These short-term training programs are designed to not only fill holes in Maine's workforce, but to lead to industry-recognized credentials and micro-credentials that are designated to create a path to an associate's or a bachelor's degree. I would be remiss if I did not mention that we not only provide our students with a top-notch education, but we also, by necessity, provide many supports to our students. All of our campuses have well-used food pantries. We provide assistance to students to find and pay for childcare, housing, and other basic needs. We link to Maine's social service programs and help students with the often confusing bureaucracies they must navigate to get the help they need to stay in school. Due to time constraints, I will not touch on all the work the Maine Community College System has done and continues to do to assist the state's COVID response and recovery. If any members of the committee or the committee as a whole would like more detail on any of our programs, I'm happy to facilitate Zoom sessions with appropriate staff and partners or to return here with more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't see any questions. I guess that takes us to Kate Knox and Alicia Melnick. Alicia's here twice.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I know it's been a long day for you all already, so we'll try to be concise. My name is Alicia Melnick. I am an attorney at Bernstein Scher. The second Alicia that you see on there is actually Kate Knox, just sharing the Zoom link. And we're both part of the government relations practice at Bernstein Scher. We're really happy to be with you all today, as you've heard, and we are amongst all of the others that wish we could be doing this in person, but are really glad to be seeing folks' faces, even if it is over Zoom. We just wanted to go over a couple of the clients that we work with that are likely to be in front of the Health and Human Services Committee this session. And I'll mention a couple and then I'll hand it over to Kate. One is the Brain Injury Association of America, the Maine chapter. I know you have already heard from Sarah Gaffney recently, their program coordinator, about their work when she was brought along by the chair of the Acquired Brain Injury Advisory Council. As you've heard, they're really are providing important services and linkages for people who are recovering from brain injuries, including those caused by a drug overdose, which I think you heard a bunch about. And really special thanks to Representatives Stover and Senator Moore for their support last session of LD 297, which has continued to provide important resources for that population. We also represent Equality Maine statewide LGBTQ advocacy organization. They have been advocating in Maine for over 37 years and have over 70,000 members across the state of Maine. We also recently took on representation of Preble Street, trying to address homelessness and the associated impacts of homelessness. And special thanks to those who are sponsoring and co-sponsoring bills related to addressing homelessness for adults and for teens across the state. Lastly, I'll just say that we represent the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, which is a diverse community of independent cannabis professionals, mostly working in the medical cannabis space. I know that this session you're unlikely to hear any bills on that focus, but wanted to mention it in case there are questions that come up. I'll hand it over to Kate to mention a couple of the other clients. Really looking forward to working with you all this session.
Thanks, Alicia. And just a couple of additions in case that's helpful. You've heard from a bunch of people today on the issue of tobacco and banning flavored tobacco in particular. Both Alicia and I are part of that coalition on behalf of the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And so we will be chatting with many of you about that particular bill. We also are likely to come before you on behalf of the city of Portland. So we represent the largest municipality in the state, and for your purposes, there's a lot of great synergies between our work with Preble Street, the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. Most of the focus before your committee will be around issues of folks who are currently unhoused, behavioral mental health issues, issues related to hunger. All of those things are things we engage in for Portland. And so you may see us in those various capacities. And I will just say on a personal note, I'm also part of the board of directors for the Child Welfare Ombudsman Program. And I know you received a briefing recently from Christine Alberry on the annual report. And while I do that work as a volunteer, I sometimes do participate with her in those hearings and presentations, and always willing to be helpful and get you any information related to the ombudsman's work, which is very near and dear to my heart. And there's a lot going on there. So happy. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. We appreciate it so much because we don't get to bump into you in the halls, which is normally what we would do. So thank you. We appreciate it. And we hope to have a lot of conversations with you on those important issues.
Thank you for your time, both of you, for being here. So that brings us to David Cowing and Kim Humphrey. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kim Humphrey, and I'm founder and president of Community Connect Maine, a nonprofit organization. We're excited because we just got our nonprofit status last year, but we've been an informal, grassroots, family-driven network since 2015. And I'm here with David Cowing, who's also a founding member and member of the board of directors, and Debbie Dion and Lisa Wessel are here watching on YouTube. I have an adult son with autism, which is a motivation for this endeavor. Our mission is to connect families, caregivers, and communities to improve the system of care for people with developmental disabilities and related conditions. And as you know, disabilities is a widely diverse spectrum with diverse needs, often invisible. And so in order for, so our mission is that people have the support they need when they need it to live a full life within their communities of choice. And in order for this often invisible population to be seen, we facilitate people becoming more active by defining what matters to them, sharing their stories, connecting with people in their community like their local legislators, groups, family members, so that they can direct their have more power to direct their lives. And from a population perspective, this makes the community become more visible and the value of their lives matter. I submitted also a one-page informational flyer with more details on what we do, and David Cowing has more to share.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and committee members. My name is David Cowing. I live in Woolwich, just across the Kennebec from Bath, where my adult son, Jay, lives in a Section 21 funded group home. Jay requires 24/7 care due to his intellectual disability, his mental health, behavioral, and physical challenges, as well as other difficulties he faces just navigating his day-to-day world in Mid-Coast Maine. When I consider all the people who seek recognition from this committee, we've heard many of them today, I think about how the needs of people like Jay overlap with so many of the groups that you've heard from. Jay's physical challenges might be similar to many of Maine's elderly. His cognitive abilities with those dealing with brain injury or Alzheimer's. The impact of his mental health challenges could be compared with the obstacles that individuals dealing with mental illness face. And Jay's need for supportive social contacts and employment, which aren't really very different from the needs of any one of us, also confronts significant barriers, just like so many in the groups I've mentioned. Yet the IDD community often goes unnoticed. We started Community Connect Maine to help facilitate the IDD community to become more active in making their needs and dreams known. And my hope is, as you consider your support for the necessary services my son Jay and others throughout Maine require, that you're able to reach out to us at Community Connect Maine for additional information and insights. Collaboration and problem solving is really at the heart of what we do. Thanks for your time today.
And thank you for being here, both of you. Good to see you, Kim. And I have found out that you don't really need to reach out to this group. They do a pretty good job of reaching out to you, but it's nice to know you're there. So kudos. So that brings us to Elizabeth Yorey. If you'd like to join us, Elizabeth.
Hello, let me see if I can navigate the video. Can you see and hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. That is another feather in my cap for technology. Greetings, Honorable Senator Claxton and Representative Mayer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm very glad to join you today. I am Dr. Elizabeth Yorey, ND, pardon me, born outside of Maine, but raised and transplanted here to a small family farm that has been in the family for over 200 years. Definitely consider myself a Mainer, even though if my cat had kittens in the ovens, I don't know if I'd call them biscuits, but you know, we do what we can. I am here today as the president of the Maine Association of Naturopathic Doctors, and as a licensed naturopathic doctor here in the state of Maine. I'm also the co-chair of the legislative committee for the Maine Association of Naturopathic Doctors. Wanted to let you know a little bit about us, and I don't have a handout, but for any further questions or detailed information, you're welcome to visit our website at MAND.org. And we actually have for those of you interested in needing CEs in the medical field, we do have a virtual conference coming up in about a month and a half that we're pretty excited about. But most of you probably are sitting here saying, what the heck is a naturopath? I've never heard of one of these before. So naturopathic doctors are doctors that have attended, we have 4-year undergrad degrees, and then we attend a 4 or 5 year in-resident medical school that's been accredited with the Department of Education nationally. We basically study the exact same classes as Western medical sciences, MDs or DOs. So we get our background in physiology, microbiology, anatomy, immunology, gastroenterology, all of the ologies that you get at an MD school. But we also have additional training in botanical medicine, some physical medicine modalities, counseling. We also use diet and nutrient therapies, lifestyle. We actually have a pretty broad and diverse education. So it's essentially what you get in MD or DO school, plus I think last count was somewhere around the high 70s to 80 extra credits in these other things that allow us to practice medicine just a little bit differently. We have a series of principles and practices. Among them include the things you're familiar with, I'm sure. Do no harm is one of our first ones, but we also very firmly believe in the power of prevention, treating the whole person, treating the underlying cause of illness, and the educational piece of our job, working with patients and their family members perhaps to understand the why of what is happening with these persons. We do have naturopaths have national board exams that we have to pass to be licensed. And we have annual continuing education requirements here in the state of Maine that are broken into general education and also pharmacology. We practice generally all around health, but it's pretty well known that our light shines in the area of chronic illness. Some of the things that we spend a lot of time treating are things like diabetes and heart disease, endocrine disorders, so thyroid disorders, things like that, hormonal balancing for both sexes, all the way up through the ages from puberty to menopause and beyond, digestive issues, chronic pain. A lot of us do a lot of work with Lyme disease because living in Maine, you're going to encounter it from within a short period of time. So in general, our wheelhouse really works with what we consider diet and lifestyle changes, particularly in the cases of chronic disease. We're not generally the doctors that you call if you fall and break your leg. Call the ER, call 911, and then get in touch with your naturopathic doctor to help promote that healing and maybe understand if there's, osteoporosis or a balance disorder. So that's sort of a rough sketch of our philosophies and how we practice. We are licensed in the state of Maine with the Board of Complementary Healthcare Providers. We've been licensed in Maine since 1996. So we actually have been around in the state for quite some time. We can order blood labs and imaging, so things like ultrasound, x-rays, MRI, that sort of thing. We have that licensing ability in Maine. We are able to write prescriptions. It's not a complete prescriptive formulary, but it's pretty darn comprehensive. It was formulated in 1996, so there's a couple of classes of drugs that are not in our formulary currently. Just to be aware of that. We do administer vaccines and have licensing for that. We also work as, general mental health counselors for some patients.
Looks like there's a question too. Representative Craven, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you Maine Care reimbursable?
We are not affiliated with Maine Care at this point. They are not taking us currently.
Does the commercial providers reimburse you?
Yep, actually, that's a point I was going to get to. The dense licensure, the next piece of legislation that we had was in the late 2018s, LD 1030 was a piece of legislation that we were able to pass with a veto override that increased insurance reimbursement for naturopathic care in the state of Maine. So any company offering group or individual insurance plans was required to cover naturopathic services that were billed the same as an MD or DO. We don't have our own set of codes like chiropractors. We bill the same office visit codes, patient care codes, CPT codes as MDs and DOs, and LD 1030 that went into effect January 1st, 2019, allowed for increased insurance coverage of our services. And
Thank you.
to that point, we're not considered primary care by insurance companies. We're considered specialists. So there is still, unfortunately, an extra level of access to care for some of our patients. Our overall training is in primary care when we go through schools, but in a lot of states in the union, we are considered specialists. I tell my patients I specialize in natural medicine and preventative care.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So does that answer your question, Representative Craven? Yes. Okay, all set. Thank you for being here, Ms. York.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? Like I said, please visit mand.org, and we have a great organization that will filter information through the appropriate parties.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to Sarah Calder and Katie Fulham-Harris. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Calder. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Maine Health. And Katie was downgraded today because I think her name comes up as mine. But
upgraded, I think you would all agree.
We are so happy to be with you. I will say that it's good to see your faces, and I can't wait until we can be in the same room together. So Katie and I represent Maine Health, which is a nonprofit integrated healthcare system that's comprised of 9 local health systems. And I said this to myself last session, and I'm reminding that I didn't do it, but Lisa's map is a great idea. So where are our 9 local health systems? They stretch from Belfast to Farmington and down to Biddeford, and those local health systems serve the residents of 11 counties in Maine and 1 in New Hampshire. We also provide a full continuum of behavioral health services across our footprint through Maine Behavioral Health Care. We have a home health agency. We also have a lab, which has been instrumental in supporting COVID testing during the pandemic. We're also the state's largest private employer with over 23,000 employees, and they're all working together to fulfill our mission and vision, which is working together so our communities are the healthiest in America. Katie, anything that you wanted to add to that?
There's nothing, you covered it very well.
All right. I wanted to mention to this committee one thing that we're particularly proud of is that all of Maine Health's eligible hospitals recently received an A safety rating from the Leapfrog group, and our 4 eligible rural hospitals were designated a top rural hospital, of which there were only 19 in the entire country. So it's something we're very proud of. And I would also say that Maine was one of 5 states with the highest percentage of A hospitals. So it's something that we should all be very proud of. As I mentioned earlier, Maine Health includes Maine Behavioral Health Care, and we are committed to creating that seamless system of behavioral health care across our footprint. You will hear from me and my colleagues and from Katie this session about the challenges that our local health systems face discharging patients to the next appropriate level of care due to the fact that our behavioral health system is disintegrating before our very eyes. And I know this committee has heard it countless times, but the community behavioral health rates have not been adjusted in over a decade, in some cases almost 20 years. And so as a result, we will be before this committee just sharing the desperate need for increasing those rates for the services that are really disappearing across our state. And I would just mention for Maine Behavioral Health Care, the lack of funding for our community behavioral health services translates to a $3.3 million annual loss from its community programs. And then I would just like to transition to COVID. As of January, Maine Health has cared for over 62% of the total hospitalized patients across the state. And then our lab, which is Nordex, has completed nearly 30% of the total COVID tests that have been run across the state. And we're exceptionally proud of our massive efforts to set up the vaccination clinics for the public in each of our local health systems in their service areas. And I would just mention that it requires about 750 full-time employees every day to staff these clinics to ensure their safety and efficiency. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, and I'm sure you all recall, in March, we were mandated to cancel and delay elective procedures and surgeries to preserve PPE and hospital capacity. And that, as a result, we had a negative net impact of over $100 million. And then when you take into account the federal and limited state support that we received, this resulted in an overall operating loss of $20 million in our last fiscal year. But despite this, our leadership team has remained committed to supporting our care team members, and they've maintained their pay and benefits. And I'll turn it over to Katie if there's anything that I missed, but I just want to make sure that you all know that we're a resource, and we're looking forward to working with you this session, and happy to help in any way that we can.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, and I don't really have a lot to add other than I too am looking forward to working with you. In addition to behavioral health, you'll see that there are a number of other issues, workforce development being very important, addressing the nursing shortage, addressing the physician shortage. So we do have a proactive legislative agenda that we will be sharing with you, and looking forward to working with all of you on going forward. So thank you.
Any questions for this? Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Calder and Ms.
Katie. Katie works. Thanks.
I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly, because it sounds phenomenal. Did you say that 19 rural hospitals in the nation were designated as top rural hospitals, and Maine has 4 of them?
Yep, that's correct.
That is really terrific. I mean, I don't know how many rural hospitals there are in the country, but it's got to be thousands. So congratulations, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Any other shameless plugs? Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, as far as I can tell from the agendas that I have access to, that completes today's work for the Committee on Health and Human Services. I see one nod from Anna. If I get another nod for Aaron, we're good to go for a motion to adjourn. Before I do, I want to thank everybody. It's been an interesting day. I've learned another 6 things.
Great job. Great job.
Thank you. I've learned another 6 things, and we finished pretty close to time.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, all. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor? Hands up. It's unanimous. Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
I'll stop the live stream.
Okay.